you're making, that you have made throughout this time. So there's just no doubt about that. They can't doubt that whatsoever. So I get the strong sense that this direction that you're speaking of, it's important. It's an important journey. It's part of it's part of the, like filling in this gap, which you're already doing. That's what these months that we're traversing is all about, filling in a very important situation or gap. But it's an event, which is being in this special group, this group A, this advanced, I wouldn't say advanced group A, but it's also, you would say, it's a process, part of the application process, the more the active side that's being laid out here. And seeing how isn't it interesting? Like, it's more fascinating when it feels like your life is your own play and you're actually the one who's directing it or the one who's narrating it, as in other people could, have yours, have the, I guess, have the book. They'll follow every step that you're going to make. They know as you know, or maybe in some cases know before you know things, and it feels like, let's go speak to the director after this scene. But now it's more, makes you, it feels more inspiring when you're the one that's saying, I have something creative. I want everyone else to see it. Like a novice who has written their own, narrated their own material, their own life. If I'm saying their own life, and you're saying, I'm gonna, I will be the one telling you what I'm going to do next over over this spanning across, you know, what, 8 months, 6 months. I'm going to narrate the story of, like, yourself as you're becoming silk. But guess what? They don't know your process, because it's not like they assigned you. They haven't given you an assignment. And so I think that you having the ability to tell your story, like right now, as it's happening with you, it's going to feel more exciting. It's not like you have assignments due for the professor. It's more like, it makes me feel like, like, you finally have the materials, the space to actually put on your own life story for all to see, but as you want to tell it, when you want to tell it, when the information is released that you want the people, the world to know. Like, you have a secret, well, best kept secret. I know that's one of the things we're using the more of like, as we are hearing, the rather than saying don't become the world's best kept secret, that phrase. I met the lady who came up with that phrase. She's very beautiful, very, very social. She's a PR. Turns out she's a PR agent as well. She, but then here you are saying, I'm going to have the world's best kept secret, and then I'm going to share it as I'm ready, telling the story. So that's why I think that this definitely is like you answering these important questions. And like you said before, they know what these questions are and they use it in the right way. Wow, like, how do they know to use this type of information? That's something you would, like, you yourself would know to ask, and, if anyone. But they presented it to you, and it was like, but it also helped to give an idea of, like, where to, like, channel your answers. I get that strong sense that what's going to happen with this ultimately is like, you're taking a pathway that normally might say bit chaotic, and now you're saying, I'm putting things in place. You're not, what say, what you want to say, like, you're placing your chaos on a pedestal. Like, well, that's my life. You're like, I'm not settling for that. I have expectations, and I'm very open minded to all of the inspirations that's reaching me, or my potential actions that I can do for myself, for my life, It's reaching me now. I want to do that. And you're proving more over and over that's exactly what you're doing. I almost said that's exactly what Rebecca's doing. Like Rebecca's right here. I'm right here. But yes, you're actually coming up with these wonderful ideas, beautiful ideas about as you're becoming silk and everything in between. Because when we say the process, it has a lot to do with peers. Like, because you know how earlier we thought that you allowed us to speak on this. They said, well, it's also about integration. It's an entire process as it prepares you for the role. It also teaches you what the role represents, what it means, like what's required of you as you're sounds like as you're becoming silk. This right? It's like you start getting plugged in to these social, like spaces through events, through people who are some of them are might consider to be peers. Some others you'd say, oh yeah, we are definitely more like we contend against each other. We're not. I wouldn't say we're like we're like we'll support each other, but at the same time we're like we don't really work side by side. Like even they are at the table, and it's like, oh my gosh, so this is the new path that's crossing over. So you start to discover that more and more. The more that's like you're going deeper into the story, or the plot thickens. Like the plot is thickening, and you're already attracting certain, I guess, cases like you said, you said it, high profile cases. You're attracting those, which that means that like there's more of these types of to come. But we also said, well, the closer you get to this, these I don't know if bizarre is the right word, but they said it would be on these cases that types of cases that would come up that more or less would put you in a position. Of course, it's more money. Definitely the kind of cases you'd want, but it puts you in a position where it's like the quality, the level of the case, very technical, like the way you like, very sophisticated, the way that you enjoy, and so, of course, the people have deep, the one have what's the proper word? It sounds like they have people of wealth who also who can retain you number one, and they accept your fees. By the way, talking about fees, this process even like even discovering you're gonna have to get used to asking for higher fees, retainers, and so in some cases that you would even people would kind of come towards you without necessarily going through the manner of an agency. They or what I mean, a firm. They like, Rebecca, we found you, and we're asking. It's like, well, yeah, you can call into the firm. Well, we're asking you, and you had to come up with a way. Like, okay, how do I deal with this group? It's like it's not a regular thing, but from time to time it does happen. I said we need to be prepared for those because that's another channel, of you generating the revenue. So I get to sense, yes, this is very important. I know it's more than one question that we're dealing with, but I know, but this is the one that must have stood out to you the most because you presented it and it's come up, a few times. What I've noticed, but I know this. The article is extremely important because now going back to this story that you're telling with narrating your own story, you literally are telling the world things about you that they don't even the people with the who are receiving your application don't even doesn't even know. Yours get to tell your story and not they say, okay, you told us this. Did we get that right? And they write it down and they tell the story and they it's kind of like they copyright it, right? They wrote it out, but no, you actually wrote it and you own it. And the public find out some things, that before they know. Yeah, and that's amazing. Because that just gives you, like, you're the one receiving the creative, the innovative energy. That creativity meets the intellect. So I like that. I love that space. And then, as it should sound, you're amazing. You know, as you would say, barrister, where you know what you do, you're phenomenal, and that's the reasoning why, like the application becoming self. It is not because they get to create you, because you are you have worked so much in creating and establishing and building your in the way you're presenting your identity, that they have to notice you, and they can notice you through this wonderful article. Something that is from the public, like from the brand perspective, from a brand. You're, as you said, I mean, this is selling yourself, and I love it. I love that. Because the vibration of the language would be, I'm more careful how I sell myself to others in that business context. I mean, and then and rather, as opposed to, you know someone considering making the purchase, purchasing, if you say me, my services, my abilities, my skills, my experience, I come with all the package and I want this much. But it's just the tone of the vibration, kind of like, this year we're taking our power. We're speaking from our place in our center of power, because you can have all the power in the world, but not but be in a position where we don't quite speak that way. Like, it doesn't make logic sense to speak in that way, because we're not in that space. But you honestly are. So today we could say we are honestly in that space where we can speak from a position of authority, power, which, by the way, you've been doing. Um, because it's growing. Clearly, it's growing, because this is talking about upcoming. But yes, you actually have already begun speaking in the place of recognition already. Since you have received the gift of information, that information, just isn't lying around on a table. It's coming from within yourself. It's coming from within you, Rebecca, of course. So you've already been doing that, and of course you've made power powerful changes. We could say, and that's another fact. You've made powerful changes, powerful adjustments to a lot of areas, very serious ones at that. Some that even affect personal, like money, like the way you're compensated. So this definitely is the right track to follow. This is the right track. Because it sounds like, because there's a lot of metaphysical laws at play, because you're also laying out like ground where you can like communicate this to others. So it isn't just, we can it allows us, like the privileges, we can dress nice, smell great, look phenomenal, those kind of things. And of course be a socialite. It's great, cover in at parties. But no, you're like, you can also be walk in your in this identity that we're perfected, which is, by the way, the the third chakra, the third chakra. And so we also begin to, to operate in wherever. If we're in the business meeting room, this is who we are. If we were like that same location could be at a party versus, I mean, the events you attend, the formal parties. And then this one, like being in, like as you say, when they call you, they're speaking to that identity. Rebecca, who can speak from her third chakra. That's what we're talking about. Her identity chakra. She is who she is. It's not like, well, I sometimes I feel like I'm two people. I'm one part. I'm both of them are me, but I feel that there, you could sense the disconnect. Like, I'm still not in that authoritative third chakra, which is it's called the mercy seat as well. It's also pictured as, well, it has a throne, and but to keep it general, it's like the because there's who's ruling the head, right? But this is right below the heart, right? Like deep within, where people say, "Do you know us? Do you know? Do we know ourselves?" This also is where our esteem is at, and where high esteem vibrations, we feel higher, or we can feel very low, close to the ground. And so your identity is raising, of course, all these other vibrations are raising, and this is who and where, like, you're speaking from this space specifically, which is beautiful, because when you speak from this space, you speak from all inner spaces will understand this from you engaging the world by way of this particular area. And that means that not having to bounce around and adjust. No, you speak from this as you speak from this space. You don't have to you know be speaking from three different areas. To speak from this one's like Rebecca is in the space of the, if I'm say, identity chakra, or the authoritative position, all the time. It doesn't turn off just simply because they contact you. The lateral people in our life, they contact us. No, they say, well, it does it, like you said, here's a friendly reminder this time. This is the way, this is the amount I'm looking for. By the way, this time I am to be compensated. I am not letting you walk away and I not be compensated. These kinds of things. And of course, though peers or in their lateral positionings, they are who they are, right? They're part of the system that works, but they also say, we understand. We got it. It's a deal. We need you. We need all of your abilities, your experience, and your authoritative voice. So this is beautiful, how this is unfolding. It's beautiful. I'm sensing that this only is going to improve. Just like you said, to just channel to me, and nothing can stop me. That's so true. Nothing can stop you. So that's why, yes, you absolutely should write. That's why it's so important to write. This space. That this solar vibration. They say reaching the solar is associated with the sun, which is identity. That's also the first house. Like you get to say myself, I, me. I'm moving into this space. It's like, yes, you are. There's nothing coming in between. So that's where we are going to. That's where we're going. Now I read the first. Well, it's kind of like a very short little section here, but pretty much they mention that this allows you to walk into some unknown factors. And there's that we have been allowed. Sometimes we feel like we're stumbling in the dark over these things, and they said that you are, and like things that where people could come in and interfere. That's the issue of us not having being aligned in our chakras, or our chakras sometimes are kind of blocked off. And we're enriching this one, the third one, is because it talks about like having like different, I guess, sort of chords running, like running in, acting as little ley lines. And of course, we're dealing with those. We dealt with those, at the root, at the roots of the subject, and got rid of that toxic vibe, and so beginning turning around energy, so that people, by the way, those chords that are aligned with the people who they're stemming from, they are also reacting, participating much differently this cycle, or this, if you want to say, this chapter. By the way, this is a new chapter we're in. This is about 2 days ago we entered into this. It's a very interesting, like a space of ingenuity. This is, I said that you're going to love this space. This space also for you wanting to write right now, as a like to write, and also to do very serious, well thought out, planned type of writing. This is definitely the timing that you we want to do it in. It's only been a couple of days. That's natural. Let a few days, to get settled into this, because it's a new chapter completely, astrologically. So energies come and it's like brights, and you're like, okay, let me allow the lights to dim down some. I like to imagine everyone like kind of like just waking up, and you're like, okay, let me just kind of just you know ease into the sunlight, and so I get the sense that they say that the prize, there's a prize out of all of this, and you're going to get the prize. You're going to get the numbers you need, because I know you're also need to work with a little bit of balancing. Of course, we know that, right? That the scales are very important all this year, 2025. Venus is she's dominating right now. She's in her own sign. So guess what? The me myself sign, Taurus, and the sign of beauty, and she is definitely channeling the like you adding onto the scales that applies to humanity or those who we encounter. Uh, in this case, everyone that's associated with you as a barrister, in this all other areas as well, but specifically to the questions. Working with this group that where you're going to produce these answers, answering these questions. So I love that idea that you get to put your onto the scale what matters to you, what's important to you, because that's also when they say imbalance. Well, now that you're balanced, this means we're participating. We're helping the scales stay balanced, and this is the way that I guess you you working with the universe elected to how it's going to happen. This is the way it happens for you. We know this is a long term journey. We know we've got a long ways to go, but they said that your past experiences makes sense. It makes sense to what you're in the identity you moving to silk, what this means. But you're even defining it. Like, you might say this cannot be defined in a simple paragraph. You're not kidding. You're writing about like very serious like events, things that you've done. You're answering questions, and so it's gonna take a lot to truly get everything in there. Like what does it mean to be silk, or as in what does it mean? Okay, Rebecca is now silk, and what does that mean? You say you have time. It's a book. It's not just a few chapters. I mean, you have to figure out one day you're gonna say, okay, I have to figure out a few ways to say this in a chapter or two. But they said that this is a very clearly they say that I guess this path is a very serious one. I would say because this is your time to reign, to rule. Because when you are ruling your heart, and you're also ruling from your identity, then your they say the heart and the mind become one. Then this will be truly you. They'll say, what do you run on? It's like something what's totally different. I don't run on anything that they're writing about right now. You have to really go, like deliberately go and look for it and know which keywords to use to find out what I'm running on these days. Because you're gonna say, what are they gonna ask you? Where do these information come from? First of all, where do your energy come from? Like, where do you get the inspiration? How do you not get, you know, exhausted? Like, like you don't like your energy doesn't deplete, or you don't just get, they say burned out or not. Nope, like none of that. None of that. I'm running on something totally different. And what we say that is, we say I'm running on my own. Because it is truly your own energy. But by the way, it's the seeds you planted. The seeds you've planted that you are growing within inside. When they say, where is heaven? And you're saying, I'm working on that, creating the heaven inside first, because you is meant for you. Spirits would want you to enjoy that side right now. It's all about like living in a moment, and you're applying all of these wonderful things right now. You're not waiting because where you may you may have something different going on, right? You might as well, like you said, you're gonna be the barrister that you're gonna be silk in this lifetime. You know, we're not waiting for the next lifetime. We want to do it in this one. And you should, have all the spiritual and the emotional connections with it. And this, by you having this ability to write, you're able to show that you can demonstrate this. Mm, of course. Okay. Mm, mm, okay. Right. Absolutely. I get the sense that, I mean, even if you like skimmed over, I guess like your own like microcosm, and you sink right to the. Let me choose something very specific that that's relatable, like as you said, a private client. But it's like they already know, like, yes, you go bigger than that. But of course, people would like to hear, well, what does this mean for me, as a private client who comes and works with you. And so I get the sense that definitely this is would be very useful. Like, because because okay, so past readings stated that you would speak more towards the one that you're mentioning now, private client. You would choose an experience that's relatable through that way, and that would be very favorable to do. That's going to be extremely favorable. Even if they consider themselves a group of some kind, because it might be a group, but it would still be, I would say, fall along the lines of the client who's walking towards you, and it's private, and it's a very, like you said, very very sophisticated type of an approach. I get the sense that is also very favorable, to go this route. Because it seems like you're also tapping, it allows you to be specific. Because, like you said, if you start speaking about these other parts like government and and go higher or beyond, then that you said, like, because I know that you were worried. How much do I want to tell them? That's going to be a bit tricky. But of course, you matching it to like a private client allows you, but also kind of like a well, it's the alluding that yes, though that this works in both cases, high and then also below. I would like to use this time, I'm exampling. What if I worked with you? And it's like, wow, this reminds me of a case I have had, and then like you said, you're looking for. I know you said I'm gonna try to find more positive outcome. I think it would be, I okay. I still believe in positive and negative, but I've been trying to say more like beneficial because you say, well, like you have clients, right, and you're asking ourselves, is it positive? Sometimes we have to look at it like, well, what is beneficial, the truth or what they want to hear. So you're like, I know it'd be positive to say this, and I know that that's what they're looking for. Their eyes are wide open waiting for you. That's like, she'll say something good, but then it's this is more helpful. So I think I would go with that. I was like, yes, and you're the one that has actually been chosen in a couple of different times to say, I'm going to give you the beneficial, I'm going to help you this time. I'm going to help you. Others have not. They've been giving them the positive. Like this is a positive, and then they distinguish. Well, my this path I'm on is positive versus negative, although it's not beneficial. It's not beneficial. But they meet you, then they get beneficial information. So I guess it's that's it. Like you said, I want to have a positive spin to it, something like a positive result. What you said, it's exact. So not rewriting your idea of positivity. You said because positivity exists, but you said the positive result. That is otherwise the beneficial result that helped everybody go home. That's I think that is exactly answering your that idea that you wanted to share how this really makes a difference, and you're going to supply that. I just heard, and I am the supplier. Like, when they wrote it out in cursive, I am the supplier. You are the supplier. You are the supply, and it is good for them. It is positive for them, and most importantly, it's a result for them. It is a result. So yeah, I do believe that you're going to figure out how to tie this answer into the questions, answering the questions, I guess. Oh my, wow. Oh yes. Okay. I'm multitasking. I'm using a few different methods here. Okay. The first method we opened up with was more like what's happening around you. This one is a bit more practical because your questions are becoming you have very sophisticated questions, so that need to be answered through the spirit. Spirit also said that you represent that there is something better, that there is something more. That's what you represent. We're still speaking on. So you just mean like so I'm answering these questions, this specific question, and it's just like you said. It's like saying, oh, by the way, did you know that there is something better out here, or there's something better in terms of law? Well, here, allow me to share. It's like, well, here are options. I'm hearing that, and you're making it entertaining now, and because they're enjoying the read, and so it needs to be inspiring, as you said, beneficial, as you said, positive with results, a positive result at the end. And you're speaking from like the commodity. You're speaking from the actual counselor. The one who can speak on this. Who can praise it and who can judge it and discern it. So they're definitely getting what they need from the piece. So that's the 50%. The other one is now there's always we run the risk. Okay, they said what about people who are like going through this experience, right? And then right now they're just uncertain of what course, what their next steps are to take. There's always that risk that you see, but I'm thinking so broadly to the world, and it needs to be a little bit more grounded, more like I said, we want to say realistic, not so covert. Like you want to kind of say it in a way that this is something that you can mentally calculate. Okay, so I have a problem. Rebecca can assist in guiding me, getting us results, and when she gets to work on it, and then you're saying being a but you have to say all that, right? The both sides of it. Be a good sport about it. Be like trust me, you want a barrister, but you're talking about legal work, like serious legal work. But you're excited about it, right? Of course you are, and so you're getting they to be excited about it as well. So you have to speak in that vibration, regardless of the fact that you might feel sometimes, oh my, here someone is, here or people are reading this, and it's like this is me, but can the same result happen with me myself? And what are the risk of speaking to someone who feels like, oh, that's for people who know they can win, who they feel they have a shot. And he's like, no, trust me, come like don't shy away from this. This is a very serious subject, and this is the right way. This is the way forward, create a path forward. Allow yourself to assist. Contact me at, follow me at, I'm imagining you telling them to, like, how do clients get a hold of you, and you're also including that, so by the way, follow on the social medias, on your link, on the LinkedIn. So I'm hearing all of these wonderful things that you're considering. But also, if that makes it last piece here, and, it's not that your situation is unstable. It's that they are, like you said, am I being too positive on this? But it's like no, it's more like they know what's going on with this situation, but you're just saying what's the risk of they not getting aligned with you early? You know, um, keep putting it off or having doubts or not even knowing what it is, like what's new, like and even like as you said, potential, the possibilities. So you're like raising their conscience, even though in their right mind they say yes, got to get somebody like a counselor, but you as the counselor are telling them, giving them the hope, the expectations to reaching out. You because they use your favorite word now, because I keep mentioning counselor. When I read for you in this way, all the legal stuff comes up, like well, everything I just said, all the legal stuff comes up, including terminology like counselor, and that is your theme. That's your theme. They call you that a lot, and but there's other words used to describe you as well spiritually. But this is the one that usually, when it comes to anything dealing with your career, as a barrister, this is the word that when they let me know this is she doing something. She's actually interacting with the world or with a person or a group, and she's advising. So this is you kind of like when you have, I guess, like somebody who is rooting for you. Whether that's a life coach or like they're just saying, "We're here, we're rooting for you, and there's always a way forward. Let's do this." Let's get this done. I get that strong sense. That's exactly the tone that can be used. They said, yes, you are giving them something to read. That is, it's educational, but it's also entertaining as well. Meaning a good read. I mean, I think that's what they meant, like a good read. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. The word, then one word changes. What changes are you making? Changes that you've hoped to leave behind. Change, like you said, I'm just started. I'm just getting started. That is a beautiful way to put it. That's a beautiful way to put it. But there are, I mean, it's almost like they could have asked you what are your passions for in your career in this. They could have like exchanged the words for passions. What are your passions, and then the technical parts that apply. They could have said it that way. Like you said, that was if it were to be answered, that's the way you would tap into that. What my expectations, what I would like to leave behind, what I intend to, but then that might be personal. This would also be a question that would be phenomenal to I don't know if you want to go here, but I'm writing a book, and I'm gonna tell a lot of story from it, or it's called, or I'm inspired to writing a book. I should say it that way, because I think the book itself would apply here, but it like the reasoning why I'm writing a book, because I want to make significant changes. Change. By the way, the word, if you decide to use this question, the word that spiritually that came through, I want to pass along to you from the spirits was, they just simply wrote changes. You want to make changes, but like you said, I'm just getting started with that. But yes, and there are changes. Remember, if I may go back to one sentence, like I said in a sentence, the spirit said, "Why? Okay, why the gift of this information?" And the way you received it, that gift, the gift for that you use for the article writing. When you get buzzed by energy and you're like, where did this come from? And then you start writing on it, and people start reacting to it, and changes begin. That changes changes begin. That's where this stems from. Like writing about your gift without saying about, I was hit by this light, and and I had this gift, and it's called information. Rather than saying it that way, I know you're in a secular world, so you, so you just simply write anything surrounding where you include that word or fancier word, then changes, but it means change. To create a change or ripples that can, over time, make the laws, maybe you want to say fairer, better, or laws that are too vague, make it more. You said I've had, um, it bothered you where there are certain laws that need to be further looked at, and have more depth and understanding. They were vague. You said to me, and you said that you'd like them to be more specific to some, like, and but you know how to argue those points, and then create like a framework that is specific. And so, and you seem to know. So in fact, the first time when you like sort of showed an example of how you're able to use your technical powers, this is where I saw it a lot. Where you would, because I'm like, you explain it to me, right? And you're like, yeah. So sometimes, like I go in there, and people, like, sometimes they usually explain that barristers would try things. They said, no, that won't work, and you know exactly why. You know exactly which cases to example. You're like, in this case, this, and that's just it's amazing to me, right? It's like that's a lot of study, like rabbit hole type. I'm up all nights, like reading books upon books, and I'm getting these information, following these trails that help me to, come up with a structure for the modern day. And so I love listening to that when you talk about it sometimes. So I know that, like, when you say change, there may be another way you would put it, but for the most part, they said it. You using that word or in context, that you'll answer the question effectively. It would be a beautiful question answered. I see. Mm, right. Exactly. Exactly. Hmm. Yes. Right there. Exactly. Exactly. That is exactly the, like, what they should be reading, because you just arrived. Hmm. Yes. Right. Exactly. Exactly. That is highly favorable. That is a phenomenal, a fantastic way, to say, and of course, if they're like believe in themselves, they have to study themselves, in a very detailed way, and, being true, being real with themselves. I would say being real with themselves, be real with yourself, telling yourself the truth. I think I just deflected. I meant, like, don't lie to yourself is like really where there it goes. That I just released that vibration. It was like, yeah, don't lie to ourselves. Like, be that's the one person in the world we need to be honest with. Who we need to be honest with. Again, I'm all about including ourselves. When they say inclusion, like, we include everybody but ourselves in the which that's a whole point of you having, connected with, creating the balance this time, you moving to this new journey. And I love the fact that you're challenging this collective. It's a small collective thought of, oh yeah, well, like, you're not sit like you're not stopping. In fact, you're opening up a brand new door. You just already said it in your own way. You're just getting started. So don't hold your breath. Kind of. I love those types of answers. Don't hold your breath, because you're right for too long. Don't forget to breathe. You're gonna do this new journey, and this it's gonna be that book. Is, by the way, is gonna. I can sense it already, because I was hoping. I'm so happy that you included the book. Yes, you. Mm, oh, for the future, because yes, you we have to tell this, because we have to tell the PR story, the backstory. Every good villain or hero or barrister, of who is this, as you say, the antagonist of the story, right? She always There's always a backstory, like a reason why did you become, like what fuel you run on. People just don't do things, or if they do things, they don't not the way you do it. Like, you're trying to excel. Like, you're going to take on something, and they say you'd be just fine just where you are. No, I'm not fine. There's so much things that I need to do. You're like, oh, well, what's your story? Like, what's got you? What's giving you those big, powerful, seraphim wings? I know you don't like that expression, but I mean, what's giving you the strength, the inner strength to carry on like this? And you're like telling us the story. So, that's why. That's why the book. The book is because in the future you're going to, be doing the PR about the book. You're already introducing yourself as, I'm also doing this. The food for thought already in the mind. Think about the book you're gonna buy, and also when I start talking about it, you're gonna have some, like, why. You're also developing a dialogue, because rather than waiting months out before I start to think about why the book, what inspired the book, in interviews and questions, you already have substance to add to a dialogue or conversation, creating a conversation around it. Mm-hmm. That's connecting thoughts. That's a good reason. That's a good reason for the book now, because it's part of your journey, as a barrister. Even the characters, there's a lot going on that deals with, like fighting for rightness. Things that are, which you might say, that are justice related. I wanted to be careful in that. That was, in fact, when you mentioned about, the change question, and I said, well, I don't know if you. how far you want to go into this, if you want to mention it or not. But the gifting that you possess, remember, we don't dare equate receiving this gift by that, because be it shouldn't you shouldn't have to go experience have an experience like that one to get a gift. No, it's a gift. It's a gift. Is a gift. Gift is supposed to be a beautiful thing, something that you accept it, right, through you have the willpower to accept. So that is definitely what not the way you mean it, but it's like, however, with the gift, I can make powerful changes. Oh, powerful ones. That things that have disturbed me, bothered me this whole time, and unwelcomed ones especially, you have the power. Rebecca has a power to now, do maybe rewrite, correct, revisit, get people turning they keep turning their heads away. You have the power to call their eyes to. So, like, if you did use, especially if you, I'm not saying you need to rephrase or rewrite the one for the answer you already get to that question, but if you wanted to insert this in some way, like with this framework, if this may be part of the spirit of the writing, of the introduction, about that part. Like you said, I haven't added it, but but we wanted to do it with, like, metaphysically. We wanted, it is our opportunity. We can get it on, if we're going to put it on paper. It can be, because then we send it off to the consciousness, right, the universal world. It at least we have a chance to do it correctly on paper, energetically. Energetically, okay. Yeah, they said thoughts have power. Collect, especially when they collect. Thoughts tend to collect. They collect other thoughts. So, like, you're create you could, as you say, even creating a thought that is universal, that where other thoughts connect and then take form, and then becomes a one mind. Then people become one mind, right? Um, and this is a chance, you say, you're ahead of the thought. What if you spin the thought, and then, or start at the one single word, where this becomes takes root and becomes a mind, right, of and a consciousness. They say, oh, it's taken, it has this mind of its own. It's like doing the work. What does its own work. Everyone is like start out with just you putting that out there, and now everyone is aligning with it. But I most importantly, this article overall, including this question, this very delicate question, this is about they knowing who you are, and drawing a picture, drawing a map to you. Um, so I do believe you including this. It definitely, of course, it adds definitely some real character, some real life to this subject, and the idea of also with the writing the book, and you're making these powerful, like, they say, life events to happen, to manifest, over this course of months. This definitely is a powerful article. This is a very powerful article to share. So the spirit world is definitely, because each time, at least for the past two readings that we've shared together, this this part subject, the one that you said, I don't know if I wanting to enter or to speak on this or not, or include this or not. It has come up as a matter. It has come up. This being, I would say, the second time, I would say, like, it's a possibility, that most likely, if like you said, you would do it, but of course, you only have but so many words. I know it runs deeper than that. I know you've given us so much more uplifting thought that's positive and uplifting than what you might care to share. But that's the beauty of including this part, because it is it's not speaking to where the gift comes from. It can't, but it can definitely speak to what the gift can be used for, like a by the way type of you know situation. So the gift speaks to that area of you would say of law, things like that, and it does make perfect sense the way that that you if you decided the way that you would include this this path. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Indeed. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Um, okay, so now this is tricky. Um, are you ready for a little bit of alchemy? So you can, right, okay, so like you said at the very first part of the paragraph, it sounds like like the woes. But what if it were written in reverse? What if it started out with the highest, the peak, like instead of, you got the first paragraph and then you're writing it from where it's ending with the highest vibration. What if the vibration was at the top, then it was written where then the woes of the body, why effectively there needs to be the change, kind of like a cause and effect. That would be more like, I guess, that's the system of the writing. I don't know if there are any processes yet, but definitely a cause and effect is here. Some type of comparison that would definitely, because you would say this is where it matters here, kind of like type of paper. Okay, they're saying a powerful barrister on her way to becoming silk author. Oh wow, you have a story. This is a complete. This is another story. This could be another type of book. Well, what then they read further on. They said, and then you get back to playing the alchemy part. Like, okay, I'm drawing in the vibrations where our mind, we have a soul. And you have the ability about especially about at your level and experience and what you want to have the ability. Now you have the gift to fight back. This is a way that areas especially that I be fighting today, and I am, and my voice is this outlining the voice, and then of course you can guide it back to a humbling, like you said, okay, but what about a conclusion? You can begin sensing the humbling arriving as the nearer that you're getting to conclusion, saying and there like call for action, like there definitely needs to be, like you mentioned, there definitely needs to be barristers who, like you said, believing themselves. And I'm going to go forward. I want to go for. I'm going forward. Not I want to. I'm going. I am. You said I'm calling to action. I'm also affirming. I'm also with them. You're declaring because you're saying it broadly or openly. And you said to becoming a silk. And then you could talk about the healthy exchanges as well that are representing healing. You say yes, this is going on with me, but there's also some restoration here, so don't get it wrong. The kind of like I love those stories where a person starts out where like a woe is me sort of situation, but you kind of been speaking with them and they're telling that all the things that have plagued them, like life has happened, right? But then it takes another turn. You start to realize that, oh, this person has a little bit of wealth in their life. It's there. It's just Right now, they're just dealing with it. So you can feel their energy just taking off, kind of like floating, going to glide away from you. It's like, oh yeah, this person's about to receive a phone call, and the phone rings, and they're like, well, I gotta go head out, and you realize, yeah, okay, their life is, they just needed a moment. It's like you lent your ear, and they just told like something that was like was not so good, but then they had something promising. It's like, yeah, I've gone through a lot. I'm dealing with, it might be different variations of life, addiction, whatever. And then they said, they said, oh, but I am going for this interview, and I think it's gonna change my. And then that phone call, and they said like they phoned me and they want to talk to me. You could tell the light on their face. It says, sounds like good news, doesn't looks like good news. Expressions on your face. Good luck. Nice meeting you. And I love those are so inspirational. And so it gives me that in this middle, by the way, not you, not that to be your starter, but in the, because they would have already been talking, conversations would have already been happening, but you're speaking somewhere in the middle. This is to guide you back, like a gosh, if I take the plunge, so if I start from the highest vibration, I take the plunge. How do I come back out of that? It's recognizing where restoration, which is the healing. When did the healing begin for me? That's what we're look. That's what we look at. When you tapping into, oh boy, I heard a word, um, tapping into people. Well, it's like people either they don't want to say anything or they're too afraid to acknowledge or say anything loudly, and because they don't want to I guess repel anyone, and you're saying no, 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 we're going to talk about this. They're giving me something to talk about, and you are in charge of information right now. Why not talk, like, why wouldn't I want to talk about this right now, especially when you have the ability to say information that's again going to cause the correct eyes to view it or read it, the correct people to want to talk with you about it, and or listen to you talk about it more so, more that's more relatable, and then do something about it. Even if it's behind closed doors in their own way. If they just hear the story and say, okay, today I'm going to take the right step, like Rebecca. Rebecca is taking the correct step forward. Yeah, I know you're not the only one, but specifically, this is reaching your ears. So you're taking you're what we're reading. You're taking steps to make change. Other people, men and women and men, are doing the same. They're reading this. They're saying, "I want to make like, yeah. What can we do?" And you're like, "I'm telling you, believe in yourself." Like if there aren't, if you haven't discovered a reason why you maybe they like you say that they become embarrassed or that or they should become an embarrasser or they have a someone who's about to become one. If this isn't reason enough, I mean, like look for it. Find that drive, find that vibration, find that energy, and find it quickly as possible. And make those changes happen. So it's like you really are going deep though if you go this route. It's not for the faint of heart, but the you know that how they have shapes, right? Like the upright triangle means fire, and so the one they showed me where I got the spiritually, they sent us. They had symbols on the other side. They sent me the triangle that's upside down, and I was like, okay, I'll pass along the information because that means emotions. That's all the emoting. So if you're going for emoting, so instead of like you said, the woe is me emoji, and then they may not get past that because like, oh, that was just too much already. It's just exhausting. It's more like, because I was told by this person who was like, she curates talent, and she said it's easier to bring somebody down than to bring them up. So if you start highest energy, and then you can adjust to their energy where needed, more or less. You need to, right. So you go big, but then they require, oh, quiet. Oh, I got to go medium because you go big for people like our elders, or maybe if you perform at a nursing home or something. or you give a speech or something, and then you realize, oh, they like a little bit more softer, different generation. Okay, I'll go a little softer there, and it's just right. And you see them brighten up, and they're alert, and they kind of sit up in their chairs, right, and let's watch, and they let you just take them into this other world, right? They're willing participants. So you could treat them the same way in this piece of writing. But yes, the symbol they showed for this dilemma was the triangle that's upside down. So I said, oh boy, there's a little bit of alchemy, like shifting energy with words, but with words, shifting energy, but with words. And so we would just simply kind of do as you've written. Just they said kind of like if you could turn your paper in metaphysically upside down, and maybe that upside down is actually upright for the occasion, more or less. And but then so it should look like, if you like metaphysical thoughts, it abstract. If it was an abstract image, it's gonna look like kind of like an hourglass. It goes high vibration, then it curves, and then it begins, as you talk about restoration and healing. So like very intentional, very specific, and it's maybe like a detailed sentence. Then it begins to go. The body gets to go back out again, kind of like an hourglass. That's the shape it should abstract wise. Mm-hmm. Yes, and then you would have, then you have it, and then you have it. You have your. To me, it just looks like a paper, almost. I know this is a series of questions, but it begins to look like a paper at that point. Oh, I'm thinking of the article itself. I'm thinking of the article coming together. Okay, got it. So that's the article taking shape, but stemming from the question. So it's a matter of, okay, they ask questions in order, but you also, as food for thought, you can place those questions in any, like any number you want. So if it's, as you said, so far we've mentioned like three or four questions, you can make the fourth question the first question, the second question the third question. We can move the questions around so that it fits the direction of the message, as you are directing the message, as always, is what I see. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Yes. Mm. You're phenomenal. And you've grown. It's like, because you said, I don't know if I can do this writing bit. Like, I'm technical. That is the technical and the creative. Oh gosh, you're working magic right now. That's magic. And you just did it like right now. Wow, Rebecca. That's definitely book style writing right there. That's an author. You are an author. I mean, yeah, that book is good. Now you know why I keep saying psychically. I said this book is going to be amazing. Just what about the technical side and the separation from the creative, or going too creative and then not having? I said, well, when everything, by the time it all lays out, it, now we know why that book is going to be amazing. That type of writing right there. That's why. I like it. This sounds phenomenal. And then the rest and the negatives. I guess not negative, but the woes. Okay, got it. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm. Okay. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Absolutely. I get the sense that you're ready to begin creating the way that you will betray her betrayal. The way you're going to portray her, I get the sense that you are ready. You know, I believe that your giftings, as you said, your creative vibration is beginning to open again. Like what has stopped you previously, we understand it, and we're starting to realize how the gate is opened, and the gate is now opening. The gate is now open, and once again, the the creativity is rushing in once more, and should take full advantage of it now. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, by the way, which really okay. Your book is here again, and it's saying, well, we talked about this as well because Venus is. We said that as we enter this new phase with the Mercury, but also Venus is about writing as well. She's about writing with the Libra vibration. So there's like, especially like creative writing, creative pursuit type writing, style writing, the technical side that what we are in Gemini. So very powerful in itself. And then there's of course the Libra vibration dealing with the stage, the Taurus side, you know, of that element of practical, like writing like in the practical way, because this is not it's not a simple fiction work of piece of fiction. This is something that is a rare. It's a rarity. It's gonna be fascinating, like you said. It's has a lot of has truths to it. So that are more like along the lines of factual, you know, like non-fictional elements to it, along with the fictional side. So like this is very favorable time. I mean, in terms of like on the calendar, like time wise, to begin writing about her, including her, or creating her like the way that you're gonna develop her, allowing her to live in this parallel universe. You're observing who she is, how she is, what she has, all of it. You know, yes, and that in this reality. So it's a yes. This one's a yes. I get the fit vibrations of that, like I am becoming an author is connected to like romancing life. You know, it's a romantic idea notion that I'm becoming an author. It's the thought that's a beauty thought associated with again Venus vibration, connecting you with it, allowing you to travel through, even if it's through the mind. Because you know you're on a very specific mission, and you know hence the breakthrough is necessary. You have reached you know through this blockade of thoughts. You know we're at a crossroads. You know we're crossing. It's a matter of knowing what's because you know we speak of illusions and false this and that, but all those are as real as we make them. They exist. There's a universe where that stuff exists. It's just that we don't need it in this universe. That we become aware of that fact. You know, it becomes too real. And so, you know, like this is like a hidden blessing because we're starting to understand the difference, is what they're telling us. They said, guess what? We are beginning to understand the difference. Like we speak of illusions broadly, but do we know what illusions are? But I mean, specifically, do we know the difference between the illusion that's going on and the reality? So you're able to now pick up an illusion doesn't mean that you mean something that's not real. It means something that doesn't belong to you, kind of like a false impression. It could be a false, like there's people. personalities. Even he said, I like you felt them, you sensed them. Okay, like for example, Mary. She comes through as a like a false somebody false because you said I'm not supposed to be direct. She exists, but I'm not supposed. To, I know I'm not supposed to be in a direct way connected with her. But this is the real world, so if she's real, it does that make it not true that she's false for you? No, that makes it even more real because it's saying this is how we know the difference. You've learned the difference who she is. There's a term. She's not like I say somebody that I'm supposed to spend time with because you say well a bad person's a bad person because there's bad people everywhere, right? Inside family, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge she's part of your world, whether we like it or not. So it's not like, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this neighborhood. Some people can't. Somebody got to like. There's not about it. It's more complicated than just getting out of the neighborhood. Like literally, you're going to a wedding, where of her creation. So this mean this has a lot of meaning. It gives definition, high definition to things. So in our perception, it makes it that we understand that yes, she is false in terms of like life and experience and engagement and how much energy that you're going to give to her if or no energy at all, the energy that I'm not intending that's not intended for her through me because she's false, and knowing the difference like Kevin is a true experience for you. He's the real experience, the true self. Your Kevin is the true self, right? Mm. Your husband is the truth. For example, there's others, because they could be like professional truths as well. You mentioned them. You allowed me to read certain people you're going to work with. The gentleman who you're arranging the contract with, the like 50 grand. Like he's definitely part of the truth path. He's the truth path. And Mary, who is close to home, is not a truth path. It's or more like in the false path, the illusion, the illusion. Right. So the reality is Kevin, and then also with that the friends that you have, who are visiting, those are part of. But also, when they are accessing their false selves, you also can, as they say, discern that. But you also know where you areas where you're allowed to be your true self as well. And even although in those areas where you're dealing with illusions. You're able to see past and have discernment to know the difference. So this definitely is a favorable time for you to begin writing comfortably. Adding her into the many characters that make this book come to life. Mm. Like you said, this each step of this book is for healing as well. So it allows for healing, restoration. People change, people grow, yes. But I love the idea that does that require that you wait? Does it require that your world becomes paused? And that's where metaphysics helps to create a bridge. The metaphysics is basically a bridge. It helps you to create the bridge of things that are, you want to say abstract or just on the unknown, even to the unknowable. But no, your path does not stop by way of interaction from anyone. No, like you're still like you said, still have places to be, still going to the wedding, all the way to you have to write your story as well, and she's part of the story, right? So you're ready to write the story, but with no blocks though, no creative blocks because you understand where the blocks have been coming from, like why the blocks, we know why. You had to see some things through, but besides you're focused on your career, you're focusing on the doors, opening up doors, but besides that and also becoming silk in application, they said that your creativity would return back to you once this was resolved, especially the application was resolved. But on the other hand, this it's like you said. Okay, so Mary's been, if I say, traveling to you as well. See, because this is the real world. So even though she is considered Maya, she's literally traveling to you, and you have to recognize her in 3D. But that means that she's present in the 3D. But it does not mean that, oh well, this means that there's a hindrance, there's a block here. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. Thank goodness your visions always explain how she can only go so far. She can only make like requests, and then she has to go right back outside, even if it's to the parking lot or somewhere, or like outdoors somewhere, but not inside. She doesn't get to come inside into your, we call your personal psychic space or your temple. That's good that you have, you as you say, have protections in that sense. So like intending to write about her now actually is going to open this new wave of creativity that, as you said, you needed to create her, because you're ready to, I guess, evolve, these archetypes, becoming, or kind of writing them in as archetypes, but you're going to evolve them in some way or deal with them, and because a lot of their, maybe the archetype healing also begins the work. They said the healing started with you, and that's going to become part of this reality, of this our 3D world, the reality of events, these experiences. But it's going to definitely open up doors for you to to begin writing now. To begin writing now, I mean. Hmm. Right. Okay. Mm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, time wise. So I do see you meeting those expectations, as you already know. Um, Setbacks is only the idea of creation. You said you're dealing with the setbacks. There's nothing that's going to keep you from writing these articles, meaning work, you know, as you say, I guess time escapes us, what, and we have to be in two places at once type of thing. The fact that, this is your subject matter, like, of course, it's a legal article, or article about things legal. That's the persistence. That's the motivator. So definitely, time wise, this week, right, for so far as I could see, that like you're gonna it's gonna be done. It's definitely gonna be done. Um, Now they are showing me, definitely, they're very specific, showing me like 8 days. So they really mean this week, or this week more or less. It's like a week's time, like 4 days, but but like 8 days max. That's when the energy kind of begins to slip. They said this is, of course, you already know this is the right path. This is the right work. Your favorite symbol comes up. The counselor comes up. Soul can. Oh boy, this is what I was hoping for. When you said when you express your dissatisfaction, the tribe gets a hold of it. So your soul tribe people, um, they said people who actually have been around you. So this is like which group who's going to get this article will get a hold of. This will be the group that's original to you, who's have read of you in the past, who knows of you. So this is your, I guess your base, your the right the base that who reads your articles. This is definitely for them. So it's a yes. This like a week's time, 4 days, 4 to 8. The energy is strong for. So let's say 4 days happen for whatever the reason. Fifth day, you still are in. You have like 4 additional days, a total of 8 days. I mean, you could write it any. I mean, because it's the real world. Anytime you always have free will, but the energy shift. I mean, it shifts in 8 days. Where you say, "Oh, it's kind of like outdated vibration," or "Oh, it's too late now." It's gonna be like talk about something that already happened. Like we're gonna take advantage of time and energy. Like fresh energy. It's up to 8 days. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yes, the article, as you say, at least you want to say like getting it like if you want, even if you did the complete draft and then said okay, if it was like I'm gonna go back to it in a couple of days, or even if it was day 5, I know day 6 is pushing it, but day 5 you say okay, now I'm gonna put it all together. You might not think that way. He's like, no, that might sit too long. So you might say, I don't agree with that. If I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do. It'll be like the entire one sit, and it'll be done and out, or be ready, or to be ready to send. So I think that definitely this is the right way. Like if you were to said, okay, I'm gonna do this first. That's fantastic. But they're just letting you know, it is 4 days is the stronger of the 8, clearly, but 8 days is you're still in the green, more or less. You're still in that high vibrational time frame. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, no time has lapsed, has escaped you. No time is lost, because this specifically is to your writing. Is to your writing, to sharing the information. So I mean, like information that you're going to. So you're looking at this and saying, I want to write about this information because we got to include. Okay, it's great that we include them. So yes, by eyes, 4 days. Okay, that can ring true. But then we include ourselves as your energy, well, particularly your aura, your energy connected with this. So things like event wise, after 8 days for yourself, other things will kind of like so when energy wanes, that's other things phasing in, kind of like the moon. When you think of moon phases, other things will begin to manifest for you to deal with. So this is just saying, and of course, distraction happens, and it takes away from the vibration for like fulfilling the article to its completion to send. So I mean, but I would definitely agree with you. Yes, that's as applies to the public. Yeah, that's true. Like 4 days, like well, a week. Boy, they've read it and they're done with it about a week. It's like, what's the point of? Right, I have to bring it back to their attention and remind them what it was even about. Oh, did you catch that documentary? Yes, it was like a week ago. Running something new now. Well, I want to bring it up because there's something I want to make a point. So, but so far as like your energy goes, reading off your energy, this time frame is very favorable. It's still on the in the green, in the healthy green, for you to fulfill. It will work for you. Okay, so that means yes. If you do the article now, you the results you're gonna get. Oh my gosh, you're gonna first of all, this is a big audience, a big viewer count. Number one, well, that's the top priority. But they also said very specific eyes are gonna read this article. Very like people who are aware of you, your base readers are going to actually read this article, and have points of more of the serious readers, I would say. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Oh, right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's take a look. So the guides say this. I sense eight, but I'm seeing a lot of money around. It's like five. Like they're showing me like over time money, and then it increases the expectations of money. They said that there's a lot of this. Okay, so for what you're getting, they said that this is a large like a investment, a big investment. 300 is a big investment for for what you're getting in return, as you say, a service from them. I think that it takes so long. It's almost like the emotional value is what you get. Emotional. If you want it, let's okay. So the first, okay, so the one that you have now, right? That one actually gets clients. That gives pays way where money, physical money, monetary, reach you, but also you get to tell an amazing story. This one, on the other hand, it's more emotional. I mean, it could be good, but I think that the reason behind it is supported differently. I think it's more the impact seems to be more, um, like for steam, like if you like for steam on occasion to talk about, like if you truly needed to share, let's say article wise, if you needed to have something to talk about, like in a social, you may not even include this in an article. It might be more like in person social style, like on the go, on the fly. You maybe you're called into a show, or you have to call into a show for have a moment, a few moments of your time, and then you might mention, like I said in this article with this particular group that said that we're mentioning right now. Oh, I didn't catch that article. Then you're like, yes, I talk about this, and then you a quick outline, and you're like, okay, that's it. Thank you for letting us talk to you. It's something like that. It's purely emotional, and it's definitely more like merit by badge, like merit. Like if you just wanted to, I just want the ability to say this. But so it's more emotional, and if that means something, is that valuable to you? By the way, on the upside, what okay, there's a lot of spiritual symbols here, like creating, like creation, like creating like an emotional connection to branding, emotional connection to like your writing, to press, healthy press, creating healthy image here. And okay, so and then you have like at least how many? Four definite, like four higher placement vibrations, which is a lot to do with new beginnings. Okay, so like new step forward, in the light, seeing what you could use at your, like as a tool, as a resource. How do you feel about it? The other side is it does connect you with people. I just get the strong sense that you might feel like this may not be the most beneficial side because they show that I need a healthy I need a healthy reasoning behind this to take this on, and it seems like it's more work than it's worth on a practical level. But at the same time, it's a place where you can create health, like emotional. Like how do you emotionally? How do we think of our brand? How do we think of maybe who we are, our place in the social space? It definitely gives a way to exercise that, but it's definitely going to also feel like this requires like going to the gym. It says that all over this. Like I'll be going to a mental gym all the time to try and get my investment out of it, back out of it. So how would I get my investment back out of it? The one that we're working on now, your investment will return back to you. This one, totally different vibration. This vibration, I like this vibration, but it's not quite where the vibration where like the birds come in, they take away your seed. We're farmers, right? They come and swoop down and take the seeds away. There's not that kind of, but it's close. It's the vibration where we have to like really till the ground, till the soil, get the seeds into the ground, and get them nourished. It's more like that. That's the only, and it's all emotional and it's non-monetary. So I don't, not sure how it would do for what would do for us in terms of getting maybe clients, but it will get us traffic. It will create. We can in that space we can create a healthy conversation if that matters. But the way I read for you, you already have that. So it might feel like, why do I have you? Because like I can just the same thing I tell you, I can go over here and tell them. This is like a sketchboard. Like I'm going back to the drawing board. That's what this is for. Like if all else failed, this would be the go-to. But I like them for what they have, especially if I just wanted to share things, from time to time. But like you said, it would be from time to time, and I don't. It's like I have this group, but I don't even use them. And months could have gone by. It's like I wonder when I'm going to use them. But see, this current group who you might share, my new book release, right? And they're going to say, we want that. We want to do the article. We want to do the article. This one would okay. They do the article, and you would get like exposure. You'd be so focused on this one, and also with the like the festivals and the other types of interviews you're going to do as well. This one might get squeezed out simply because the other brands may be a little bit more bigger, a little bit more, they're more impressive. Maybe they may have more, they may be more prestigious. Okay, it's you. I knew it. I knew you were going to say no because it has to impress you first. You would make them impressive, but they need to impress you first. In yeah, and that I don't think I think that you will qualify other ones over them. And I know you're about your time. You don't like to waste your time any. So I could tell that you're going to say no. Mm-hmm. 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 You said You said, I don't know if this post's gonna do anything, and that's wild when you said this. What's up with this post? Like, why did it do that? I was like, that must be that this post, has something really good, healthy, really good to say, something very fascinating, and it needed the right eyes. It needed the eyes on it. That's so. I guess that I think that was my explanation. It's like, yeah, you wrote this post and watch that you're gonna get the eyes like rushing over there to read it. It was you creating. That was my. That's the point I was making. That's all you. That's all you. That's your gift. In fact, whenever I speak of your gift. That's the gift. That's the gift with the results that I'm describing. When I've mentioned the gift of information in this reading, I meant it just like that. That experience. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Right. Sure. Okay. Let's take a look at this energetically to see what comes through. So I'm definitely getting a good feeling about the article. Yeah, you have a lot of good inner. I'm going to use a different method because that energy is too big. That's all the good stuff. I just want a clean vibration. See what comes up. Um, but of course, it's talking about everything we mentioned today. So, okay, so this one says good is good on, again, it's good on paper. It's this expressing high intellect. So I think the proper readers, definitely people want to read this information. I sense your power here. So you say from your through your strengths. This allowed you to connect a little bit with the past, or like past experiences or and thoughts karmically. um, like you found a way to pay it to kind of like bulldoze to create a lane. So definitely you have a lane. It has a purpose to it. So it feels strong so far. Um, they said don't worry. This on and off bid. Sometimes you feel it. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes it's not. Don't worry. It's gonna become more smooth. Remember, you have a long journey ahead, so it will even out. It will smoothen out. This is just energetically what's coming through about what's in front of you now. Energetically, long. Oh, by the way, this is for the long term. For the long, it goes the great distance. It says, does this article go the great distance? It's a yes. So this is a yes, and that's in the empathic space. So this is the way they feel about things. I wanted to do a practical element to this as well, so I'll follow up with that with the before. Fresh thoughts here. See what we gather. Definitely a safe area. It's safe to go with. I believe you're in a safe space right now. Oh boy, here we go. It mentions the internet. It's the social media, as it says, or LinkedIn. The eyes are watching in this, in this space as well. Oh boy, all types of soul connections and eyes and compatibility. So high compatibility for the way that the public will receive you. Okay. Okay. Now it said. Okay. It mentions an incompatible element. Okay. Where is that at? It says awakening to truths. Oh, uncomfortable things. Oh, you mentioned. Okay. So there's something things that you might. Well, you meant. Of course, we had very delicate, sensitive topics, some areas that people are being awakened to. That's what it's talking about because it talks about small challenges. So overcoming these challenges that you're bringing up are, of course, because they're human challenges. So it makes them like titans, but they're considered challenges that are that we can work through. Unexplainable, like people not knowing where they want to Like why? Like why would they want to take on this? They're fine by just living their life, go about their lives, But no, they, for whatever their reasoning, they may have their personal reasons why this journey must be done. They take it very serious. So right now, this is the right climate. Oh boy. Oh, we had to include this once. This okay. This is going to make all of the abstract seem a little bit more easier to for perceive with our human mind. Remember that this year is also about the human heart. So we're able to collectively, properly placed, we can feel everything right now because it had everything was this craziness going on, but universe is very crafty, right? Universe said no, you have to exercise, so you're gonna do that instead. But so now, so we are, and that's when we had armor. We needed armor, right? From all the from the world having going through things. Now then after the 22nd up to now, this year the first year where we say we don't, where the armor just fell off. We're like, we don't have the armor anymore. So that's why we mentioned very briefly in certain areas of the reading that we're going to feel everything, feel people, feel you got like you feeling your husband, you're energetically your husband, other people, Mary, George, everybody has high feelings, right? So that's why they're going to react the way they're going to. They said, why do I feel this way? Why do I, normally I this would just bounce off of me, roll off of me, and it'd be like a on my shoulder, and I would just brush it off. But I have to, like, something made me stop, read, react. Now, like, I'm now really into this. Like even if I try to ignore it, you write another post, I'm like reading that post because I want to see, does this have anything to do where I am included? Do I have anything that I need to do? Like, so definitely that's the reason, because it talks about the a bit of a kind of like a darker journey, a bit of a ministry here, and I think that has a lot to do with people taking a look at, like you said, pointing out things that you're not satisfied with, bringing things to light, how things can be better or how things are going to become better, and then trying to, like, because before, they might be able to say, well, we're justified by not doing anything because of this. Well, we're going through enough. Now it's like, no, there's no more. You said no more running, no more excuses. Running, only running to take action. If you're running as in action on this, okay, that's welcome. It's like they hear you through your words loud and clear. So that's the context of like feeling. They just have, they're empathically ready to receive the load, and you're going to give them a lot. But it's good. The well, the rest of that would be, it's been pretty easy. Like, people have gone pretty. We've gone pretty easy, right? You said you've gone pretty easy on them. Now you're like, here's the things you need to really, your work, your part of the work, and you put that on their shoulders, and they're like, oh boy, do I have a lot of work to do. These challenges, again, they refer to as challenges that they're becoming awakened to, that they can, like, realize, self-realization, self-awareness. That's what's being channeled here, self-awareness type information. Okay, so it's a yes. That, I mean, I think that the article is ready, and this is what it's going to do, of course. Okay. Mm-hmm. Um, mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Indeed, indeed. Um, Whenever I've read for her, she always, like, when it came to the post, she acknowledged who wrote the post, and that mattered to her. It matters that she takes the time, to kind of, read the post. quietly to herself privately. Um, and I've always got the sense that she was proud of the post, that she's proud of, to know the author. Oh, I know that sounds strange, but it's like, my mom wrote this post. I'm reading it. Rebecca has another post out. Did you read it, by the way? I do get the sense that they may ask, "Hey, did you read Rebecca's post? What did you think of it?" I think I've mentioned that once before to as well with you. I said, people, like she'll read the post, and then they may allude that they've read it. Mary would, oh, yeah, I did read it, but then they may talk about some of the substance, but they wouldn't like take digs. They would kind of like read, like with the, communicate through the eyes, maybe facial expression, but they would then continue on with the conversation, or kind of like maybe say as like a food for thought, like as you are a source of information, like a source of news. Well, that like following the eyes exchange, then it says, well, so I was checking this out, and it's kind of like this added commentary, like, or they're adding commentary rather to you as a source. So I felt that she she would like look for posts that she can read. Like if you post it, you I know I know I mentioned this before. I said Mary definitely, how she views you personally, and then how she views your posts is like night and day. Because she's like, yeah, I read those posts. By the way, Rebecca, I like the post as a Thea, and of course that's what we're implying this time. We're saying if the post is live and if available for she to read, Thea's gonna read the post. But and yeah, so yeah, that's true. Um, they just they get something strange. It's strangeness, but they got something out of reading your posts. It wasn't to like throw daggers at you. No, they actually benefited from the posts for sure. Mm, yes. Oh boy. Oh, you're right. Oh, okay, got you. That's right. That's right. Mm, mm, mm-hmm. Right. Right. Well, it's good to know what the post is going to do now. Like with knowing this, like you said, I know you mentioned that it's time to share this post, and she's incorporated in it somehow. The good thing is we know it's going to do. It's going to do excellent for sure. You're going to get your true loyal readers. They're going to participate. They're going to read the post. They are definitely going to read it. Mm, yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, right. It's just I like to think of it as resolving problems, finally finding the resolve to things that are bad, that are uncomfortable. Now finding a resolution finally. That's why I think it's not. I think the reason the not bad part, that has contributed to having a way to make this work, creating something out of a situation that has created little ripples, and you need more calm. He said, "This is calm, but I need calmer." And this is a way to go about it. This is a way you chose, and it seems to be it seems to be right because like this is time to directly look at the heart of things, this right to the center, to see what made the wheels turn, where did these ideas originate, and now you're able to take away or add, do a little bit of repair, moving things around, but mainly to see where the center of the heart of issues are. That's what that's what this moment means. That's what this represents, and I think that's why it's not a bad thing, because what you're going to gain from it is, like you said, it's useful, it's helpful. I see it. I see you like creating a lane, a pathway into a very specific direction. I think at the end, though, of course, you say as we near this throughout the walk, we just got here, but move throughout the chapters, all about obtainable success. Like you said, things to flow and operate in the way that produces the success I'm looking for. Right? Like yes, yes, things in place for us where Mary is related. Even Thea, even where she is related, but like certain structures that wasn't quite allowing the right circumstances to reach you to, let's say, produce the book, author the book, to to work on and focus purely on the application, becoming silk, and also the application, the applying, the work that goes into becoming silk. That because it sounds like it takes real human experience. Like how many hours do you have to put in to becoming, to qualify? Like now you're putting all this hours and availability time into this, right, into this applying to silk. And so you've had to look at certain structures that are not, because they're not silk related, they just don't belong. They're not part of this reality. They're the illusion, but they're very real. As real as we want them to be. Like so like you're facing this specific article. The last piece where this, I know it's kind of trailed off a little bit, but specifically the article is touching at, it's like it's looking at the heart of things, how things work, the all the little metaphysical mechanics, all the you would say. So there's these wheels in the universe, and everything just kind of like turning on these wheels, making things happen, right? So it's like, oh, okay. So if I ever got up there and I could pop out some of those little mechanics, I would, because I don't need some of them. Some of those are just ridiculous, but they're there. And so now we're doing that with like how to make it better, make improvements, things that we've had for all this time only get better because people have gone in to make it. Yes, become more sophisticated, but they also for the user, being that we're the user, we're using these laws, these universal metaphysical laws. We're like you're making your pathway a lot easier, not a little, a lot easier to earn your success, to gain your success. You already deserve it, but to obtain your success, because what it does. Okay, so there's mechanisms, right, that could very well give us the natural dialogue, right, to say, well, Mary's every way twist and turn, want me to never to begin my journey, to becoming the things that what my dream, wants me to stay, as they say, normal. You just want me to be normal. You don't want me to be extraordinary. I want to do something bigger than life, something bigger than myself. And I've discovered it, and then but we're constantly, challenged by when you would hear the ringing in your ear, for example, and her vibrations and sending all of the little things that she had before and that she's no longer capable of doing today, even an effective way. It's like going to go make mud pies. There's no point in continuing this. She's an adult. She has to start living her life finally, get over whatever she had on you for you. She needs to get over it by now. So she basically said, okay, not there's no point in sending any type of energy. No point of working with spiritualists or whomever, voodooists, whatever they are, their terminology. It's like it's not going to work because it's like and having we dealt with that energy in all kinds of ways, from the root, from the structures of your home, bedrooms of your home, to property energetically. So this is a lot of work, and of course you also had her placed in a box. Also a lot of exchanges have happened with this one, but it's helped to. But now it's getting to the roots and finding these structures, and and being able to move past, not just standing there staring at the structure, but move past these structures to, okay, now that we're at the heart of where what makes everything just keep tempo, keep in pace. We want to work with that energy so that we can find our problem resolve. You're a problem solver. You're here to solve a problem. And so rather than he say they keep me constantly bombarded with these issues, that keeps me and always keeps me from going beyond. I know that it's blocking me in some way. I just haven't figured out in what cases and what way. But now we don't we can now we can say all those things. Now we know how they were getting through, and now in fact we know how to get to the center where we can touch, you say, the fabric of that of the reality, their reality, the false, even as a false reality. Like, now that I can finally push the button, now I'm going to put it, type in, program it. This is what I need right now to help the world. We're doing some, it was right. That's our justification. That is our affirmation. You call it your mission. You have a very specific mission. Like, there's things that you're doing because, like you said, for private client work, for working with like your like working with an agency or group, um, firm. But you also have a mission, and by way of this, writing this article to tell the story that you're going to tell through the book. So now we're bringing everything else in, the book, to the article. That is a mission, a divine mission at that. It's a divine mission. And now that is a if that's not reason enough for universe to to clear the way, then we've been going about it all wrong. This is of course we know we're going the right way because the universe is already, through your free will, by the way, that we got to consider that as well. This is the path you want to go. Just the latter is not by free will. You're not freely asking for anyone, not and including Mary, to throw your energy around like that, or throw energy at you that you cannot fend off. You're not have the free will to reject energy, especially things that you don't want because it's not good for you. There are many reasons why you don't want it, because it's the energy that you were receiving was not good. But that was the whole point. That was why. But now universe said, okay, so now what's next? The universe saying, so what? Yes, divine mission. I'm still on my soul mission, but this is allowing me to fulfill that soul mission that you're contracted in to do. You'll get there on time. You better fulfill it to its completion. You better do it in a healthy way. You can express love, because, like, of course, through your twin flame, um, and love through, like the love of the work, love of the craft, the love of skill and excellence, because the gods, they love their champions. So you're definitely performing, and you're challenging the minds of what do you call it, of humanity. So like there's many ways you can go on and on and on what your path can do in substance. So we're talking about real like structures that were more like structures of like some kind of place that keeps you shut away, like shutting you away into a room and not letting you out. So we dealt with those structures, creating structures that, they said it accommodates the ability of not only an entrance but also an exit. Like you're free to exit this space anytime you choose. And it's your space now because remember, we went all the way and claimed you claimed your temple. So you visited your temple. You described it with a beautiful scene. So you're definitely not going to have any trouble creating scenery in your book because you've explained, certain temples. Um, what you could, with a little bit of twist of words, those could very well be mansions or those historical homes and manors that have been taken over, as well, and renovated and modernized. You could bring those up to date. The rules are as you make them. You have to define the gravity for for your reality where everyone lives. It's going to be up to you. How physics works, but and also what it looks like. The town that you're creating. But you definitely explained it to like perfectly, like in detail. Gave me the mental image. I was like, wow, this is a beautiful place. I know exactly where you are. This is your temple, and you began. You said right off oceans. So this gives you the signal that yeah, you're at the root where true, like you've taken over. You embraced your personal psychic space, where you can uproot things that where they say, oh, that's gonna okay. So there's a phrase or yeah, it's a statement that people make. Oh, it's always gonna be with you, but how do you like to cope with it being there? Like like a weed that is there in your garden, beautiful garden, and you leave it there and you say, well, we got to work around it, cope with it. It's how we deal with it every day that makes us as normal, as close as we can get. And we're saying we can do better than that. Just like if it's something that you don't want in the garden, it can be uprooted. And that energy was uprooted from the what we call from the seed, which I love to do. And we were able to do that together. And over time, you began to even had the dream. You went there. You didn't just dream it. You went there in the spiritual sense, and did these things yourself. Of course, you describe that as well in readings. So, so this is very good. This idea of your um, dealing with these things, going to the root or the heart of subjects, head on, clearing it out of the way, having this road to do the article to all the way to the books to becoming silk. Because there's the okay, so there's that you said there's the journey where you say if you swallow the script, it's all about you becoming silk. Then there's another one all about you writing an article. Then there's another one all about you you know um, like you are trying your very best to do articles, not just becoming silk. But there's also another, like there's the crazy journey where people are, like you said, the attacks. We got to write that in there too. We have to write it. It's not all perfect, right? But then, so we're saying we had dealt with that part of the chapters. A little bit more exciting, too exciting for our taste, but we did it. And we did it head on, and we were able to. But eventually, if we win, right, we get to then the reward is we achieve being in the place where we can make real lasting adjustments and changes and so give us the lasting effects to where we enjoy like success, people reaching you, people for example, a specific one to you, the spotlight. You're in the spotlight, so attracting people who want to do awards with you, and that's going to be natural. That means you're visible. You're just like the guy said you are supposed to be. They were saying this last year. that you would embrace the spotlight. Embrace the spotlight, they said. Don't run from it. Embrace it. That you belong in that space. It's also Leo. You shine very well in Leo, in the Leo spaces. You do very well in public spaces, public speaking. Speaking, it's like Leo is, like they say, is the sun, and of course the sun being at least in our universe is the center, and so what does that mean? In the understanding is that you shine very well. You shine out very well, standing on your own feet, standing on your own, and just like talking, like like you said, you do very well. And the whole point of not running from the spotlight was go towards the podium where the mic is. That's what that meant. And then there's the limelight. That's what so you do that, and then you become the center. Of course, that's your inner dialogue, the monologue, the monologuing, the speeches that you do, the speaking, public speaking that you do. So, that is what you win out of it. That was what was. Oh, that's what is. Oh, that was the stakes. This was the stakes, and yes, and so you're taking control of that story as well. So that's why I think that you're ready. You're ready to do so much. Yeah, this article is going to be amazing, and it all ties together. Like all of it is needed. It's spirit. This is they say your true path is feels energetically right, or like because sometimes you can feel you could be on the path of this living life, but you always feel like the like celestial wind is blowing against you. You're walking into winds, heavy winds, right? That feeling of like dark matter, like oh my gosh, and it's like, and the closer you get, it's like oh boy, your body, it's like endurance. You're like testing, your persistence to make it through those doors, and if you could turn back any moment now, and it feels so wonderful. It feels like something spiritual. They're very therapeutic to say, I'm just going to turn this around and go opposite. I'm going to do a 180 physically. So, but then there's a path where it's like a magnet, like, like you are submerged in cool waters, and maybe a stream, or you're in a canoe, and the currents on a beautiful day. It could be the whole glade experience and everything. All the light, just shimmering off of the trees above, casting the right shade, the right temperature, and the washing waters, seems so, you can see right down to the bottom, and it's just guiding you along, and it's very peaceful. But you do have a paddle, you can kind of push off the rocks, and you're hearing the sounds of the water rushing, there's the birds in the back of your ear, coming from behind, but also most importantly, you can hear that paddle, clicking up against the rocks, but also the water rushing. You see a little bit of fish from time to time darting every which way. So that is the idea. That's the idea. That means you're in your true path, where when you walk, it feels like you're magnetized to go in that direction. You're pulled in that direction of excitement, the thrill, going looking back in time, like the thrill of when you're running towards something that is going to like make your day or weekend the greatest. Like, oh, I have every bit of reasons to go to school today because we're going on a field trip. We're going with some is that vibration. Like when you're very open to something, or somebody or parents said, I got something for you. You want to make it here, a friend, it could be a friend, or something that you created. You can't wait to get back to it, a project, that you really are invested in. It could be a science project. It could be something that you're just secretly doing because it's like a puzzle, and I can't wait to get back to that. I got to finish this. I got to finish this project. I love it. I'm having such a great time, and you're running towards it. That's that vibration that we through the Maya, with the other illusions, we lose that at some point. For a while, we lose it, and then when we find it again, it was saying, "What's the point of losing it in the first place?" But then you realize, oh, but I have it now, and I'm not. But now you deliberately know what it is, and you deliberately know, like I know what to do with it, and I'm going to take care of it. But energetically, Spirit said, let's not fret over the past because the same energy that we had then and what we would do in those past circumstances with the energy, we will do today, and the amount of time that we intend to spend, having a great time within that space or working with that project, we're going to fulfill it. It could be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and so on. With no, in other words, universe balanced time out. As I said, I used to say, no time wasted. No time. Our time is not wasted at all. So that's good. That everything is happening right now, like you said. Silk path, book, or like all the timing is right. You have all the energy, all the experience, and the amount of time that you would enjoy it completely, and think back on, wow, like you did that. You had time to celebrate. Like, wow, after becoming silk and having become a published author, to doing interviews now and telling the story and having the attention of so many wise and smart, brilliant minds, well studied and so forth, other people who are in your industry, and even including, you said, what do you did to say to people who are following in after you, wanting to become, as you said, barristers, you said, like true reasons that you say to believe in yourself, believing in yourself. This is what you're able to accomplish. Yes. So this is right. This is where the direction you're going. Hmm. We are taking over the entire domain. And just renaming it. Rebecca's place. We're never going to change it or everything. It'll be Kevin will be there, and all the people, you friends you invite. Yes, the old place where other souls would just wreak havoc and have you waking up in the middle of the night and saying, "What do these people want from me?" I haven't talked to them in ages. But now we're going to create the new, uh, I guess, way we will look at this energetically and mentally when we think about it. Just from time to time, our mind, will kind of navigate in that direction. I guess in that side view, and then you'll see what you established there, not what people intended for you. Because what they intend, like you already know the story. That's just kind of like a repeat, but what they intended was not what you intended at all. But this will be different this time. This time we're going to make your vision intentional and beneficial and positive. Mm. Yep. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Right. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. So, we could look at the intentions, like what is causing, where did this come from? The first vibration is it does get the feeling that it does something more for the gentleman who has this idea. To be honest, it's more like is a capitalist, but is he wrong? But I mean, in that understanding, but if we may go a little further into the psychic realm of it, sometimes I get the vision that this only works. That means that I see you to be very detailed. You would be maintaining some type of like say or management over the shop that's still tying you to that property. It wasn't. It would. It feels like it's more to your thoughts when you said, why would someone want to come in and make the purchase, buy that property, but then have to deal with this other aspect or this store? That it's like you're saying that would not make sense. It's something that doesn't work for for that person unless that's something that they've always dreamed. It would be like a shop and they have the home and they want to do both. Now there are people who who look for that a lot, that they want to set up a like an office space in their home. That would help them with that, or somebody like an artist, somebody who wants to open up what you said, a shop of some sort, all the way to where they want to open up a make something that would allow them to showcase things, of that nature. They, maybe who knows? Maybe they wouldn't be allowed to do any of that. But what we're saying is, like you said, it would be extra work unless they were. Unless this was like their dream, their one dream. One day I'll live in a place where I will have a shop, but if that's not what they're looking for, or if that you said, well, you'd be having to have some type of connection were over the shop and they just they own what they have, they own the building or so forth, but you have that shop right there that does pull you in, whether if you want it or not. Like unwanted responsibility, I don't want that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to constantly be trying to figure out, okay, what do I do with this shop now? Oh, by the way, you have a shop over there, and you're like, well, what are you gonna do with it? What are you doing with it now? And then maybe they're trying to figure out a way to buy it. Okay, well, if I already have the place, and I will take on the shop too. Something that I kind of want to do part time. Then it diverts what they intended for themselves. So it's a lot of that that hadn't been considered. I just felt like from his point of view, like, well, what about him though? Yeah, he can make this appealing, like quick, do the shop and then get what he wants out of it and then go. But then it's, what if he sticks around? I get the feeling that that won't play out. Like long term wise, he over the shop or having some ties to the shop, and then somebody, as you said, comes in and gets the place. They said the outcome is you might feel like there's a power struggle here, like like where there's money involved. It gets real murky at times when it's okay. Here he is. He's supposed to be taking care of the shop, or it's connected to it in some way, even if it's financially, like something like maybe management or some kind, or maybe investment some kind. Somebody who comes in and then you're still present. The it is murky, like you predict. Like your instincts are telling you this could get really shady real quick, especially when somebody actually comes in and buys in, or gets the place where they want to create a residence from that. This doesn't seem like you said, doesn't seem very like this something that you want to materialize, like walking into. It's a lot of a lot of activity. It doesn't feel very calm, unless it's calming for a person who has a vision like that, who definitely wants to, to run their own business or some sort, or run the business and they've got the shop, or there's a shop space that is a shop, or they can manage, or a shop like that, and they get to, well, if they're going to live there, of course they made the purchase, but hey, I'd like to make it, work from time to time, and I can do something, manage with the shop and so forth with you, and work out some kind of a contractual. That's a lot. That, like your instincts are telling you that is a bunch, but I can also see. But if you say, well, what about metaphysically? Like if you started creating, if you start creating, and I'll do it in two senses. I get the sense that you this something could be created where it's like you're speaking to someone who, definitely would be important for them to have something like a shop of sorts, along with making the purchase of, like, to live there as well. Or presenting it maybe as a space, and just specifically saying, oh, by the way, this space that is that's kind of like an addition. Why the cost? This used to be a shop. Did you know that? In pitching it that way, people say, "Ooh." So if I buy this space, I'll also have a shop to do that. Create my dream business as well, and I would have to, like, do it. You know, Try to have one going on in my home, something to that effect, or in a room, trying to do a room thing, trying to, meet them in the living room, trying to meet with them in, whatever it goes. But, like, there's actual place where they can then, create however far their budget will take them, their dream. Um, so there's a way, since it exists and there's no denying that a shop exists. That would be a wonderful way to present it, if that is your intention. If that is your intention, the other one would be, like you said, but if it was, the shop is there and it's nobody's business, but there is a place where they can then buy. But I guess I thought I heard they buy the building. Then that would be the latter. That would be what everything discussed. But then if you were thinking, get somebody there for to have the residence, and they buy they buy in to get to live there. That's another thing. But like you said, having that shop there, and let's say someone, like, it's still, the shop is yours, but the building, but the shop is there, and it could be like a shop for, people to, maybe an essential type nearby. People can just kind of run to the shop, this location. I know, strange activities behind gated communities, but I was, maybe it's not gated, but it's a community. In other words, a community shop. It's just a lot of ways that it could. I see it being spun, but one thing is for certain: the gentleman involved, he that is purely out of his own interest, purely. Okay, he has no plan, no future plan. Like, let's say, well, we have this building, we have this shop. 15 years into the future, he's nowhere to be heard of. He's like, he just wants money now, and it does suit his pockets more than what it's doing for you to do his plan. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. They don't understand. And really, you're looking after their best interest, because sadly, they without them realizing it, he's gotta ask for that capital from somebody, and he's gonna ask them. It's gonna come through them, by way of them, because it feels like, okay. So he ties in, he gets what he wants. It opens the door. The conversations he's already has with them. He's already, like, they're emailing, like you said, emailing. It sounds like they're emailing you on his behalf, like, this is my idea, this is what I want to do, and they're like, yeah, 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 we're all behind it, but not realizing they're like you said, not realizing that they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're getting themselves into, and you're like getting ahead of it. Your intuition is like, trust me, I know, like you're in the business, so no, like you know what people are gonna do. You think about it, you know, but other people don't think about it. You think about what people might do if they're given the opportunity legally. You're like, yeah, that, I can see where that might be a problem. I'm gonna catch that and nip that right from the beginning before it even has a chance to grow legs. And you know, so you're really helping them out. And then when you what you decide to do with it, like make it your own, then and give it to them, you know it's going to be done correctly. It'll be done the right way, and it'll be done to create kind of like a small little tree that's meant to grow fruit someday. Mm-hmm. Mm. Here we go. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Okay. Well, let's take a look. See what we gather here. So I get the strong sense that, like you said, oh, I'm hearing it's tough, but we've got to go tougher, or we got to come tough, more tough. I get the strong sense that I'm hearing your insights in this as well. Your through your channel, through your voice. That's why I can sense I can sense more like like optimism that is stable, like reality, like the reality of the optimism. There's also very much like lead element. It's very stable, described as like real work, like real business science here. I can sense business wise. Okay, this helps to balance out setbacks unexpectedly. So a different, like a shift, unexpected shift. The guy says there was having learned from this. Um, so it's a yes, yes. This does help. This is better. This win. This feels like more of an opportunity to win. There was so much that we're still learning that didn't. I mean that makes a difference now. Like what we've learned or what's been unmasked up to leading up to this point for tomorrow works. This checks out. This is a yes, like a yes to a win. Like I was coming in the form of like the work that's moving towards you to make peace with the decisions of things, having the experiencing of the loss, but something purposeful was to happen with it as well. And then they said the legal. They have to hear the legal elements here. So like this persistence is, they said, energy not wasted. So I get the sense that is this is definitely gives a better promise for a win this time. This one seems good. This one seems right. It even mentions the loss. It mentions this as a loss, but it also what we've learned about it since then, and now the return. It we made peace with that, but now looking forward, this being persistent. That okay, this is what we've learned, and put that forward. This definitely is a like a pathway forward. It creates a way forward to change the outcome, which was a setback, but also comes in the form of a windfall of an experience that says, "Oh well, this is a turn of unexpected turn of event at that unexpected." So, okay, okay, gotcha. All right. Well, spirit will give you will channel spirit and answers come through, please. Okay. So what I can see is this. They describe as um, okay. I give me the sense of maybe what especially speaking to the heart. The first time they used this symbol was represent the court as they stood together, in unison, all together, in the unison, all together, and their voice. Like this is what we said reality is. This is what we're instructing. So then I saw they're showing me caution signs, as they say, walk carefully. Um, my guides is saying that an alternative reasoning, that options. So showing me doors now. I'm walking. I'm in the dark, and it's like there's little headlights. Excuse me, lights above shining, like shining down, like little ceiling lamps shining down on doors that represent that there is a better path. There's a better way of looking at things. Money, something about money, managing growth. Like I guess that means like maybe the aftermath or the results of like how things were done, how things were done. Oh boy, something dark, some like like hands covered with like wearing black gloves, like like the people operating at night. There's something to that effect. I don't know if it's necessarily like thievery of sorts, but moving things around that's meant to like changing what things look like from the last time maybe where people saw, or maybe a sleight of hand. This being deception, whether that was intentional or not. Persistence towards describing. There it goes again. Now it's circling back to being persistent, the legal things, the life purpose, making peace with it after the loss. It's like things that were understated or not stated at all. And again, to bring light to bring attention, I believe, to bring intentions. This investment, by the way, it says the guides, spiritual guides or angelics, there's a motivator in here. There's a reasoning, like something that I need to see, something that I need to recognize, something that is like what do you call it? Something like the inner voice inside saying, I feel like I needed to look at this something, or maybe my impulses, maybe my mind, and it kept me up throughout the night, and so it's like there's a change and a mistake to change mistakes, something that it seemed planned. Like how the people you describe it to me all the time. People planning out ways to like leap through the loopholes of justice. That's he says. By the way, this changing your mind by changing like something was a mistake, like mistakes or something that was, whether if it was intentional or not, it's like it was planned. And it was like beware of loopholes, things like that. Beware of people crafty enough, things like that. um by the way, they use this to escape some sort of sense of worry, or like, I would say that the other side is very, they're like they must be very confident, because they said they don't take any kind of worry, right? So it's not like sending them, if, well, if you know, if you don't pay attention to this, or if you don't do this, like that doesn't phase them. Like it's like, we'll call you bluff, and then they're on to celebrate. Like they know what they're doing. They know that they have found loophole. They know they found loophole. Right on. And it was like, oh, but it's like the change of this is a change of direction. Means that the change what is, it's not even about, like you say, not always quite, it's a fairness. Well, you mean fair as in following the law? So then there's that. It's not from the moral compass, oh, young child said, oh, but this is what's right. And somebody, or naive, not someone who's naive. And it's like, no, 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 that's not how we do it, things here. So it's like changing something that is, it's like, they weren't caught before, but now are. It's like things. It's like they, now we can point them out, and but now that we know what it is, we also know how to bring it to light. I get that strong sense. Like, but they said that we be very cautious, or be very aware what we're doing, moving in awareness, is what I saw. But yeah, it was planned. It's like this was their, like you want to say, their plan or their thoughts the whole time, that they would take this route. It was not like by accident, you stumble across and said the right words. Though it wasn't by chance. They knew exactly what needed to be stated. What needs, somebody is stating this. Your husband's opposition. I mean, but then I saw him coming with this big, like a information that's going to change I guess the conversation, more or less, by picking out something important, and it's like in recollection maybe, but something highly important that was it's like brought to mind, and they said that, like, molding over this, having mold over this again and again, and then it was like, okay, so I understand that this was a plan. It was well structured in a way that is it's comfortable with all with Lady Justice. Side by side, it's a green light. It's a go. It can be used, but then there's these other things like tightrope walking. Is there any right way? It's like, just get to the other side safely. It's like, well, I kind of know what to do now. It's like that kind of feeling that I got. I'm speaking to the generals to try to, I did help you to identify a little bit more, as close as possible I can get you to the answers today in this question. That's what I'm looking at here. But if you ask, even if you ask it in one word or general, I do have the information in front of me, and that will help me to connect you with the information, perhaps to different questions you might have. Correct. The other side picked up on loopholes that they could leap through, and it has nothing to do with being conscious, like conscionable actions. It's just what the law will permit them to do. In other words, we can do this regardless. Like, okay, put emotions aside. Do you want to win or not? It's like it's come down to that. It's like, well, yes, we want to win. It's like, okay, well, regardless of, you know consciously, what was it, what is conscionable, I guess. It's like, well, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do, and then we're going to see what happens. So I mean, they're very, very straightforward in that way. So I mean, I'm just kind of restating it, but in a different way. Mm-hmm. Okay. So they said that this was about, okay, so the way they said that, since we are not allowed to think of this as somebody who's doing something wrong, um, from more I mean a moral standpoint, we have to look at, like you said, looking at it the way that, this could be restated in the correct way, in the version of being right, when as it pertains to, you say, law. And then, so it feels very much that, like, the process specifically, it's in there, it's going to be within their process, like what would they had to have thought about to formulate a process, which they call a plan. In my reading, they call it a plan. Like, they map this out to, I guess, flow in the direction that is desirable, more or less, that would be considered within the limits, and then went on from there. It's like the slightest mistake, and, like, again, like tightrope walking, it would be fatal. But they were able, it's like they were able to accomplish it simply because, of course, that the whole point, um, guidelined or protected by the law that they outlined. So it was like a matter of seeing, like, their process, like how they came up with what led them to the answers they received, that they said we're going to go this route, more or less. It's within their plan. They said that it was through, they so this the way they described coming across it, how you come across this information. They Okay, so earlier I mentioned about sort of like molding over it, which I believe that they okay, so somebody like you, some it's like we're learning, like a learner, someone who was learning something, learning maybe like the plays of the other side. Like, everybody knows how to get the an analogy of sports, everyone knows how to get the ball into the, but everybody all the time always come up with these different plays. Some plays, one would clearly be experienced, plays would be familiar with certain aspects of a play, or how things, how people move on the board. So it feels very much like this is such a case. Like, you both are have your both of your minds on this, right? And you both know how the game is generally played. You know how to get to the crossing line. Okay, it's a win. You got to sway. All these things, but everyone can try different angles, and there's like abundance of that. And so that's what we're saying. We're saying we're looking at very specific, their play, their in their playback, where we they've already, that's the good thing about when they say filming the exercise or filming the contest, because you play it back and you say, even if you're the winner, you got to look at it again and say, okay, how well was this performance? If you're entertained, if you want to think of it like a stage, you listen to yourself again, or you see yourself on audio and video, and you have to say, okay, I could have did this better. Even though it was success, you still want to do it, right, to make improvements. It feels very much like this is that kind of situation where we're looking at, oh my gosh, now I see what made them choose that route. Got it. And now that's in my mind, because I feel like, by the way, when I say playback, I mean, I literally felt that this is at night and you're at rest and this is playing in your mind. Oh, that's how, okay, they went that way because they went that way. This led to that answer. This led to this. And then is okay, now I understand. I had to guide the chords from making that as a rational statement, to be open to another version of a statement, one that is definitely going to contrast a difference between your own and theirs. I mean, the opposite. Okay, so now this last piece is, I how I came up with that is because the first energy was someone who was teaching through. Well, I know. Okay, so when I mentioned that all of their mind were one, and then their voices became one. But then I also saw them kind of like teaching. So it's like they're showing where they come. What I mean, like where their heart is at, like where their mind is at, and so it's like they're also revealing to us, like a teacher would, revealing to us certain answers. And basically it was saying, this is the way we think, this is what we feel, and this is what we've come up with. So now I'm going to say, rather than is that your truest decision? I would say, well, how did you come up with your answers? I'm not asking for what reasons, may I ask, you would come up with those answers. I wanted to specifically ask, what was the formula that you used to come up with these answers? Now that they've done enough in front of us, we're gonna know, and that makes us the learner. We're learning now what made them take the routes they took. They consider to get them to consider this is the right decision to make. When, as you would say, in other forms of thinking, maybe it's not quite as black and white. Maybe it is or cookie cutter. Maybe that there's some other things to consider, other variations of this story that says, well, it's worth looking at for no other reason, and they people agree. Let's take a look at it and see if, if that adds any kind of a shift. What it's based on what we've learned. So I get the sense of, yes, it does feel like having to climb out of something. It does give that feeling, but on the opposite, on the I guess the upside is we were already in there. So the only direction now is up, is going up. And only way we stay down, submerged into this space, if we just simply say, well, I'm actually, the job comes with sometimes, protecting a person who they need as much as protection that I can offer them. But if we're totally honest, it's going to take a lot of work to sway, to show that my client is worthy of ascension from this. And for that could be for any reason. So, but more likely it's like this. I want to make sure that we try this inner angle, all these other sides, because they're speaking very deeply in this space. Like they have rationalized, like this is the only answer, and we know that this is not the only answer. This is the accepted answer, and there's more to it than what they have researched, because what they were researching would get them, which we call I'm referring to as the loopholes, is what got them to where they said we're going to we're going to band together, we're going to pull in all together on these subjects, and it's okay. We're all in, we're ready, and they did that. They did that 1, 2, 3, and so now you're just going. I can see it playing out where I'm pointing those things out now. I'm it's not saying you use, not telling them, okay, you use this measure, it's more like it's more like speaking on the subject matter, things like that. It's more like speaking on the subject matter, what got them to that, because it feels like they did what they either had to do, or what they needed to do in order to keep the people's minds on them, keep them in mind. And so I get the sense of a matter of having to go into a conversation and unraveling that. Like people will, what they do, they keep us out of, I guess like a meeting room, right? Because they said, well, because if I invite you, you'll unravel our conversation, and then that won't be, it's no longer reality. So I see you going in there, Kevin going in there and unraveling a conversation that everybody's, because like I said, echo chamber. If I tell everyone, say it enough, it's like, oh, now we're all on one accord here. You're saying, oh, what if I pull this little bitty string here, and it starts like, wow, it's unthreading, and you realize, oh my gosh, there is. I mean, there's a way they could as you say, get through this, get what they want out of it. But there's also a way to say, but I understand what it took for you to come up with this idea, and I'm saying that the foundation is a little shaky. And if we take a look at it, if I'm allowed to, and of course you're going to be allowed to present to show that, I think that it would give you more information than you cared to hear today, to think about. So I get that a lot of that type style of reading, but that's why it describes as learning, or the learning, because they were literally sharing. This is like through the just having to accept the win, they had to also divulge a lot, and so we're just learning we're taking that information as well and using it. Okay, so this is where it's at. This is where they got their substance, their hidden treasure, or the oil. So we can just go back and say, okay, so this is where it's located. So all we have to do is say, what was the okay? So what was the means in which they began this process, and then looking at that a little bit more closely, and then asserting your great wisdom, your powerful wisdom, and powerful knowledge and study to validate your information, because they said that they were able to kind of it's like they took the argument and run with it. That's what it felt like if I keep you out of the argument, or if you're nowhere near my argument, then it's not going to be challenged. So, but now it can be, knowing that the facts, like you said, you're dealing with very factual information. You describe Kevin as you are very connected with the spirit world. He's very connected with facts, and that's wonderful because you both tap into each other's energy. I said he'll sometimes tap into your intuition, and you'll find yourself tapping into some of his groundedness. And so I see that often. That's the beauty of being twin flames. And like, this is perfect. This nature of approach is perfect for him, and it's also perfect for you because you do have to sort of kind of feel around and kind of mold it, like play again, mold it or let it play in your mind. Okay, so um, not thinking so much of how they won in the idea of the result that they won. That was, somebody had to say, had to root for them in their favor. But I mean, like, what was the process in which the research that they used to win, and then having the ability to go into that space and close that chapter, close that door, cut them off from where they, as you would say, having, or they lose the strength of the argument, and so that because there's something I guess more maybe more real, more authentic, more stronger point than was than first presented, meaning from their side. For they had said to have a strong place. Now yours comes in and gives a bit of like lifting up their energy from having when they where they were rooted, taking the roots. They had a root connection. The root they took root. Their argument, I mean, took root. But then it's okay. Now your argument also is in place there. You're speaking in that space. That's this. Nonetheless, this is where they're showing where their argument stands. And if you were to go in and wanting to, like I say, recover ground here, it feels like that this is the area that the focus where the focus is. This is the area. But it seems also to add, like, what, but that wouldn't necessarily give I guess the ability to say, well, how does one require the win by stating something that would be proven, scientifically proven. Like, I don't need to go and see the artwork, but it's more like, because the fact that because there's what you say, advanced like ways of showing that, like you might say, well, you would be demonstrating that the way that they went about this, it just further, maybe either proves a point, prove that there's something else going on other than what they're willing to say, or admit, what they care to admit, I guess. It would also state that where there might be certain, if you want to say, biases, it would definitely would prove something that, what people say, this has to be right. It's tangible because that's the only information they have. If they have other piece of information and other ways of looking at things, and then, of course, if it's being that it's matched by your knowledge of history and knowledge, then you're able to kind of kind of kind of create a new atmosphere within the atmosphere, or in this original one, the one that's already created. You're creating another atmosphere. another perspective for people to connect with that's identifiable because everybody there are going to know what you're talking about. They just need a little bit of reminder. Okay, it's a lot. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. It's a matter of just all it takes in okay in practical ways. All you have to do is read like you said, read the decisions, and there's like 15 pages, but like reading through it, as you say, even as you say, reading through where the argument starts, where it began, and but if I may say, but specifically, um, like what you say, his argument itself in itself wasn't very long. Specifically, just in case that there's two sections here or other sections here. I'm also I'm very specifically definitely writing putting a check mark here. This one we want to read this like what you said what David actually used to like where he's defending or presenting. We want to definitely use take a look. We want to read that, and then of course this like you said, reading decisions as well. They said this is the where the answers are. This is the way that gives you your insight that you see the practical earth shaking. Okay, down to earth like you need it. Mm-hmm. Very clear, very clear. They said that in fact you'll be able to match it to very specific, like the sources that makes this true. Sources like if they were to like if David like looks in the books, the big books, the good books of law, and said, "Oh, then he can do this, and that." That's what I meant. They said specifically the things, the measures or the bits that he used from the books, from the good books, to put together that allowed him to say the things he stated. David, that you knowing what was said to be able to come back in and revisit his what we're going to say his claims, his statements, but able to revisit that, but then inserting the correct like new version, the version that you now possess, the version of like you're saying you're well actually many times you've mentioned where people have gone with something and said, "Oh yes," and spoke of it as factual, and you say, "Well, but in the technical sense, this is outdated, this and that." So it's that sort of similar situation, but with David, as close as I, something that I'm connecting the two because this is as close as we've talked about in reading. This is a bit, feels like a bit of an abstract. I'm clinging to the practical. I'm forcing myself to do it. I know this is very serious, very sensitive, and we need a win situation. So I'm clinging to it, to the reality, that this is, it's either win or lose. He said, you gotta win all three. I'm reminded. And in this particular one, it's definitely knowing how, um, like what steps, what did he say that was so convincing that made them on paper side with him if he did far less work. And so it's going to be, it sounds tricky, less tricky. It sounds less tricky when we say, okay, we need to read what he's provided for us. That's what the reading said. They've already given us their playbook. So now that we have that play, what he played today, at least the moves he played today, then we can now say, this is what he this is what he read. He must have read this, okay, or has some understanding of this. And so, what happened that people were able to come out of that? People have used that situation before, or what was faulty when they used it, and it was embraced, and not the former. So now you're saying, you know what? Something former in his situation that he drew from inspiration, that doesn't make it Bible, because like there's other scripts here, there's other scriptures. So somebody said something, somebody replied, so it's got to be documented. And you're just saying, and then of course according to the reading, that it was strong enough to turn a tide. It's strong enough to turn this tide, the one that we face today with David. I just want to be like create a target here as well. We want the target. Right. Or even more clear that David presented a his argument, and the argument um, was right by the book, but wrong, or can be proven that it's not the best decision. We could say it that way, if that's comfortable. To respect to the lady justice, but if it's more comfortable saying, well, it's a right decision because they writed it in, but regardless of what the judge, but the courts, but it felt very much like, oh, but is it the best decision? I have a better argument, much better, a better um, argument than David's argument. What I meant by he presented a he presented a better argument, um, rather than a one that is like you said, in step with the court, that's acceptable. But is it the better argument? That's what I meant to say. Is it the better argument? It feels like David's argument is quite not the better argument. If once allowed in this space, that you will locate a better argument rather than him saying false, like a false argument, false, like a wrong argument, false argument. But it's more like proving where there are, like where it's not a flawless argument. So you're coming in with a cleaner argument, a more favorable and better argument. That's what I saw. Okay. Good. I just keep saying, I know I keep saying this over and over. He has to be part of the target. David is like target number one in my head. It's like, what I mean by target, I mean like like with his argument that he looked to get the facts that he used, the method that he used to put his paragraph together. That's like the target number one. That's like the heart of all of this. That's the heart. And then everybody else. Then the court's decision and all that comes next. Mm-hmm. You got it. So I was so okay. So out of the two, if that was a like a test question on part of the after the essay form, I would circle and let's say I care to elaborate on the facts that David used. I would circle that, and that would be the part that I'm okay. Now I'm going to explain why. Why is his facts not as perfect as we think. I know nothing's perfect, but as why is it not the better judgment? Why is it what makes it flawed? What makes his train of thought or his alignment flawed? I would speak and spend more words talking about that. And then if anything left over, I would okay. Then you could apply. You could kind of bring in the other. But if it was like or, you put in or, I would choose David does not has a flawed argument, and I'm here to talk about it. That's what I would say. Pretty much that would in my head that would be I guess the topic that I have in my brain about what I could to keep me focused on David and the argument his argument that he positioned and it not being the better argument. Of course, we know as we're speaking about this, you end up talking to the courts anyway. So you're covering everybody, but he's the primary in the reading. He's the primary. You end up talking about the court's decision anyway. I mean, you're this is already to challenge the court's decision anyway, but with David being the centerpiece, he's the center. Right. So, like as you described, like he barely discusses this, but there's ways of in your in your both the factual realm, a virtual realm. It could be a virtual realm, but it could be like you describe what actual statements or past statements have been used that made his statement. It made this little thing that he's written not so credible. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of loophole. That's like there's a lot of wrong done here, but how in the world does this have anything to do with us? We're not taking any accountability for that. We did our part. We sold it to you, bought it. The damage that's on you. What you got, what you paid for. We inside our hearts, we would, I would, I was mentioning, we would innocently say, well, this is not right. You should make up for it. Like, no, 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 that's not the way we do things here. So I just get this strong sense, like you're describing. I mean, that's very, and of course, that's very like laid out, specific. Like I was not. Why are you blaming this for me? Yes, it was my neighborhood, but I wasn't there. I wasn't in my yard when I wasn't even at home. It was kind of a situation. But like the aftermath, the results. It's like is the are they covered? To where they can
That's what they say. Or where are they covered from when people come at them, of course. So that's why he's there defending them, David. So it's like all of these types of things, like just to get out of, like they say, leap. This is what they meant by leaping, finding little ways to leap out of the like leap hole, like a leap hole. And so what they mentioned was you know they said very specifically like having to like with that understanding and you would say to I guess the understanding of like you're through your professional research. Now it's about uncovering. Okay, so this came way by them. Of course, they are presenting something as wholesome, you know. So it's like, well, this is supposed to be functioning when I send it to you. When I get this to you, it's supposed to be, it's like checking things out before like checking things out before you market it, before you have it on the market. It's always what people do. The first thing they say is, well, we want to cover you and us. We don't want to present something that doesn't do what it said is that what it's supposed to do, or does things that it's not supposed to do. And then we're sending it to some, or in a way pitching it that it is doing everything that anything in the bullet points that it's meant to do. That's what you're going to get when you get it. And we're going to promise, like it's like guaranteed. Put the little gold star behind it, guaranteed 100% you're going to get what this says in the bullet points. And then that's, of course, you said that's not how it went. And trying to show you must have known, especially if they're like letting you know and you didn't check into it. You knew full on well that wasn't satisfactory. So like having to go on into these deeper into these subject matters of like, okay, well, if you you started, you originated the conversation of the fact these like using these ideas that I have no connection. It sounds like I have no connection to this. What are you guys talking about? You're like, well, let's go. Let us inside that space for a moment. So you mean to tell us that no one's contacting you and saying, look, why is this machine acting this way? What do you mean? Well, I got it from you. Oh, contact the seller. Well, the money, you're handling all of the currency. You're the one that ends up with the deals, and you didn't bother to go to the warehouse, the whole, to the wholesale, and like, I want to see what my product is like. Who wouldn't go and check the quality of their resources? You would want to say, I want to be the first one. Probably, I'd buy the first one. I'd be like, I'm my first customer. I bought one and I used it and I know this works and we've tested it. And it's like before, it's like, but see, these are words that would be, unless they would naturally you would come up with these words except one thing. If you're I felt like you're like being kept out of a conversation. I literally, like, I felt like when, okay, we're peeling away layers because we can walk into these spaces, but energetically in the conversation, I feel like I'm being kept out of an argument. Like I don't know what in the world they're talking about, like behind closed doors. Until they made a decision, they come out and deliberate. They're like, okay, here's our decision. That's what it felt. This energy felt like to me. I was like, what if, what if they haven't had the ability to actually address? They weren't given the time to address very specifically certain parts of the conversation. Yes, it's going to sound like if they're the only conversation being had, that sounds smart. It sounds brilliant. Wasn't But when you're allowed to talk also and said, oh, but why wouldn't okay, you didn't know things were functioning. Is it because no one said, hey, this is not operating the way? Could you make it happen? Could you send someone? Could you contact? Could you, okay, who do I need to contact? Could you send me another one? I'm focusing on a replacement. We offered, nothing, just Something led them there today. And it wasn't. It doesn't sound like it was. It doesn't sound like a partnership led them there. It's like, hey, I'm your partner. I'm going to be every step of the way. I want to make sure you have a wonderful experience. That doesn't sound like that's the reason why they're there. It sounds like very much like in the psychic reading, like very tough to deal with. Like, you got it, it's your problem, not mine. Don't bother us. That kind of thing. And we don't do refund. It feels like so much like that. It wasn't fail proof. And they did. It couldn't guarantee that. And there's no way. It sounds like they're not interested in even learning. Like, we'll do it next time. They're not even wanting to address it. They just want to take their win and, like, hey, the law says we're untouchable. We're not have to. We don't have to touch it. We're not going to touch it. They said that's as far as we need to do. Is there anything else we need to do? No, we don't need to do anything else. So that's the vibe. I mean, that's their. So they're unagreeable souls. I mean, they're not here to be like, well, what can we do? Because we want everybody happy at the end of the day. Yes, we want to do good business and we want to make money doing good business. They're not thinking like that. They're almost like giving me the sense of we don't really care, and the court's already made a decision, so we can sleep at night. It doesn't bother us. That's the feeling that I get from them. But I think that this upcoming conversations are going to open up a whole nother type of viewpoints that didn't seem to be considered earlier on. It should have been like when, because you said, your gentleman, he wrote a lot, like he spoke a lot. And why wouldn't they embrace it? But it's like now specifically, exactly where to speak. Like, okay, David simplified everything. Okay, but he also showed us his hands, the cards in his hands. He revealed the cards to his hands to you, Rebecca. You're the one that they said would receive the information, the insight, intuitively, and etc. Exactly where, like Kevin's work, where it needs to specifically to target. The only place where he got his, of course, you're gonna read what what they're speaking, their language they spoke in the decision. But most importantly, the area that you need to focus on, and to specifically the areas that they gave you the way to speak specifically to the areas that they feel, oh, this is absolutely the best decision ever. When it's, like you just said, it's a flawed, the process is flawed, but it's the only process heard, so it sounds brilliant until you speak, and then you speak and it's like, whoa, there's another mind here. It's not very clear. Right. Yes, like there's one sentence, but you also want to say, okay, what pool of information did they draw from as well? Because we want to talk to them as well. Mm-hmm. Yes, kind of like using information to show the little metaphysical vectors, the little arrows pointing to, helping to point the way to their innermost thoughts on this in this specific subject. Mm-hmm. Their train of thought, but that's that. But their train of thought specifically, when I say they train of thought, I mean the ones who made their decision to get on par with their thoughts. But the way in, the unlocking of that is definitely like the things said mentioned about David, the opposite. Speaking, it's like here's the key, and then now for the decision. This decision was, as you said, it's standing on this, but it's strange because like you said, a decision like that, being like as you said, like a decisive decision that they come up with, and wanting to open that door, more or less, opening the door to for further like maybe contemplation, for further thought, at least definitely to read or hear you out once more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh. Right. Mm. Right. Well, the good thing is the way that David is speaking, like you said, you didn't reference a source, but you knew you because it's a this it's in this it's the spirit of Lady Justice. It's all in the spirit of Lady Justice. So you are connected to a source, and you know how to repair information. This information that's doing the damage, you can repair in that way. And that, excuse me, you can repair in this information by way of by the way you're disseminating the way you're sharing your information, because you're connected with the source. You're connected with the source. It's not lost. The source is not lost. Just knowing, like you said, I have a feeling your gift and the reason why this is has shined down on you because you also probably already know those sources within yourself, in your mind. You probably already have the names and things. Oh, okay, I know where this is coming from. I know where they're dragging this out from, where they pull this out from. But you may not say that. You might say, "Oh, let's go here, here, and there." Full of as we say, full of links. It's full of links. To do their own homework. But then it's more like, but you can also speak it because they know that, so they're connected to that same source. And when you speak it, as you speak it in the language, in your phenomenal language, of law, the source will come out. The source will reveal herself, and not only that, also the parts where about you know uh, David and his thoughts on his like perception that he's manipulated, he's created, and you, of course, your awareness, making people aware that there's other mindful things, items here to consider before saying that that's it, this is it. In the Yet, and people will naturally say, oh, well, there's a source, we pick up on the source, but you already will have that. If they ever called on it, they won't. You could tell the nature. Sometimes they ask for more. This time they ask for less. They ask for more with you. This time it sounds like the less the more that we can continue thinking the way we think. So we definitely have to spend more. Like you said, I'm probably going to spend more time. Like doing, giving them information than necessarily. But when you're speaking the information, you're speaking the source. It's the spirit of the source that you're speaking about, of the justice part, the source part. You just speak it naturally. Inference. I think that's what they call it. Like you'll infer it. Inference. I see it's a lot of that. Inference will get you through the way. And then if they just happen by chance to say, so you mean by once upon a time, you say, well, actually, once upon a time, so there was this, and this, such as this particular area of this outline of law, you can definitely see where this was necessary. What you're presenting today, the finding, and is why. Like naturally inferring. I mean, that's if it goes to the part where you have to literally speak to somebody, speak up to somebody, as they say. But it sounds like, regardless if it's just written, there's only so much, and it's just a battle behind, who's the best presenter. Like, you got to type it out and things and send it. Definitely, your inference will naturally channel the source, naturally, without you having to waste not one special word, to get your points across. But you're gonna know through the source in your own spirit and soul mind. You're gonna know how to channel that source through the information, that inference, and get those points across, right down, right from your heart, from your higher conscience. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. I get the sense this is a time to place Ben on the scales, meaning it's a sacrifice moment. I believe that if you place Ben on the scales, you actually will elevate. But this is the scariest thing to do. Most people want to ask why, or they will say, I don't want to do it." Because, like, that is a kind of bit spooky but spiritual. But if you put Ben on the scales, actually, if you're ready to transcend beyond belief, doing this, you transcend into a new space dimensionally. You're gonna feel like out of context compared to, like, when it comes to Ben. Comparison to Ben, searching you out. Highest vibration, by the way. And what it does, it elevates to new space, and you gain so much, like high quality, like beneficial events that happen after. It's like the elevator up. It's a metaphor. It's a quantum leap. It's a quantum element to it, and it's not for the faint of heart, but you will not regret it. Convincing people to do this, but I think that this is where you are now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Happy choosing. Oh boy. Amazing readings. I'm back. I know I was supposed to do a very specific thing, but kind of got rerouted. Okay, so I've actually been live, and I don't think it's safe enough for me to actually do this over the next 2 hours, but I want to. I want to do. I might need to close this one off, come back, and do it again. Do another one. So I might have to actually like close this one out, come back, and then give my prophecies. Because yeah, I could be interrupted at any time. So yeah, it's not. I'll be honest with you, it is not safe right now. As much as I want to, I want to. Well, or I could and just take a break and just stay on. Yeah, I'll just take a little bit of a. Okay, I'm gonna have to close this one out. I mean, when I say a break, I mean like 3 minutes. I at least need 3 minutes. But I think somebody will call me, but I can at least set it up, and then it's a little okay. So I did my first live on TikTok about this. So I did it on TikTok. So I might be able to go a little faster, but you know how I get. Whenever I start talking about scripture, I am going to stop in between. And oh yeah, but we're also going to be reading scripture together, which are prophecies. But okay, so whenever I presented this, I presented it to TikTok. So it's before that everything happened. Now everything, of course, you know how my powers work. The moment that the information is released, it happens like within an hour. So it's already some of these things are already unfolding. But the beauty is now that I'm telling you, unlike TikTok, you'll be able to see how it all has transpired. Um, and yes, yes, right. So I will do that. Yeah, so I think I will stay on and I'll just take a few minutes away and I will be back shortly. And we will start our psychic prophetic prophecy for the book of Isaiah, chapter 14 and 43. If you want to grab your Bibles, if you in that way you can follow along with the scriptures because I'm going to bring up the scriptures as well, so you'll be able to see them on screen. And specifically, we are reading scriptures from the Holy Bible. Okay, so I will see you all in a little bit. Change of mind. A pleasure. Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. You are keeping me on my toes. I was expecting you. You said that you were coming, so I made it sure I was here. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sure. Good. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I'm on my life path. You guys are making my dreams come true. Or I was a 10-year-old and I said, I'm going to read tarot cards. I'm going to read cards someday. So I've been waiting all my life to redo this reading. I'm ready. Took me a while to get here. Yeah, it took me a while to get here, but at the same time, it took you a while to meet the family. It took you a minute, and I'm so proud that I'm the one who read for you on this subject. Hmm. Hmm. My goodness. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Beautiful. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you're perfect. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Right. Hmm. Right. Yes. Oh, yes. So, oh, yes. So let's take a look and see what comes through, what you had in mind. I have this feeling that um, you both are thinking the same thing. Now, like that's the first thing first. Like I'm thinking of you, you're thinking of me. I can't wait to see you. She's excited about the trip too, by the way. But she also has met someone who is, she knows is going to become dear to her. Like I already feel like we're close, like we're friends, and I just get to sense that she's like, it's funny, she's like, I better delete this because it was like, look at me, I'm acting outside of myself. It's like she's very, yes. Hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yes. And so she felt like everything you described, she's felt the same way, counting down the days and very compatible with you as well. Very compatible. And she's made sure she's stuck good. Was there anything urgent? She stuck to the plan of keeping step with the turning points, and she has a lot of hopes in you, and she was just hoping that something better hadn't come along, and or that you wanted to do something different, or you know like this is too big, and it's like, so no, you didn't ghost, nothing like that. So she's like, wow, you're real. You're who you are who you are. So but I get the sense that she, like you said, she did what you had done. Trying to, she just cannot wait till you both get into the situation where you both have to rely on each other. Like when because she's gonna relax around you, and she's gonna speak to you like a friend, like a person, because she's already wanting to feel like that, but she's like, oh, I don't. She don't want to like weird you out or anything, like puts too much burden, like too much pressure, all at once. And you're like, oh gosh, no, I'm going to be her friend. You're like, oh my, it's like, I don't know if I want to do this now. It's, like too much at once. So she's like, no, no, no. I really do. I really do she likes you. She really admires you. And so that's why she did the little delete. This is her mind process as she's done this text. Mm-hmm. Yes. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. And she's gonna like all every bit of that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's take a look and see what we gather here. Let's see what we gather here. I get the sense that I don't sense preparing meals yet, yet, not yet. Um, I sense, oh well, she's a chef. Like there's a somebody who prepares meals. There's somebody around, available. What I could see, I do get the sense that there might be some small errand, like from time to time, but the whole point seems to be, I see more like around like especially around maybe the hotel, but like around them like a lot, like pretty much like being around more so. Okay. Mm-hmm. Good. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm. Right. Absolutely. I get to sense that she gets the feeling that like you are in, like you have your mind and head on your shoulder, and she already has the sense and recognizes that the way that you move, the way that you have networked, and the way that she found you, that you are competitive. And so she gets it. You have a very sharp mind, and of course, that's what she needs. She does need you in that way. Um, she knows that also your mind is ready, to, like you described, a big change of life, change of pace, right? And self reliance, like you can rely on yourself, like you independent. Like she does want independent thinker. Like you say, take a life and take charge. That's what she wanted. That's what she sees in you, by the way, already. She already see you're already that. Okay. Mhm. Right. And did and have the right. You have done that absolutely. Thank you. Yes. I know. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh yes, just because predictions come to pass, come true. The no, I know our real celebration is, as like you getting to America, you getting to to Qatar. That we have time to celebrate, and we're still clearing out some things. We're still manifesting. Oh yes, we will. Okay, okay, understand. Sure. Yep. Okay. Oh my gosh, and I would love to do so. I would say yes. 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 I absolutely. I would love to bring energy, good blessings. I would definitely do that. I certainly would. Yes. Okay. Friday, I will be here. Is there a special time on Friday that you want me to be here? Okay. Understood. Okay. Do you have a time frame that's around that time? I mean, any time that around roughly the time, like if it's in the morning or your morning or evening, it's a. I don't know. Okay, I can do that. All right, I'll be here. Okay. 6 or 7. Got it. Friday. Okay, I'll come in a little earlier then. 6 7 UK time. Got you. Friday. Got it. Not a problem. Okay. Yes. Okay. Will do. Of course. Well, I have two more. I have about roughly about an hour and a half. 'Cause now I got to do endurance. Yep. You got to do the exercise, but then you got to do an endurance. I got an endurance run. Okay. So anyway, anything comes up, I'll be here. Okay. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Indeed. Indeed. It felt very much that she like okay, so this is further sinking in because they're gonna they do trips that this is like a way of life for that you're entering into because you're gonna this is your life as well. So I just get the sense that you're being prepared to where you're going to do trips and of course they're getting accustomed to like you said the I guess the budget the beginner budget the budget of living like okay if you're gonna have these trips then you need to have the ability to get around wherever you are and even place to stay all these things so it's like that is now already being sorted that's being sorted out but I get the sense that she's asking specifically like like preparing you for you know we travel we're going to go easy we're going easy on like we're going to ease you into this because but like you said your life it's going to take a life your life of your very own like a life of its own a life of its own right you're part of it you're part of the travel oh by the way I still see it is she comfortable does she know that I want her to be on trips with us hope you like to travel. Hope you like to, like travel to America is included, other places, but other places beyond just okay. Okay, gotcha everything you said, but also travel Italy, travel America, travel Qatar, other places even being added. They travel. Of course, you travel now. Oh well, I believe that I believe that you're being prepared to travel, and America's on the list. The other, but I know one thing is for certain. It's not like you travel to America. Okay, let's okay. We have time to drop you off, or if you want to go back. No, it's like let's go to the next spot. Let's go to the next adventure, the next travel place. You know what I mean? Like if you travel to America, if they're going to another location, another country, you're coming with them. They're not. You're not going. Yeah, you wouldn't be like you needing to. Okay, you can go back. No, we hope that you are comfortable and we care about you so much. You love spending time with us so much that they say we go to America, then we go to you said Italy, but we'll say France for example. Well, yeah. By the way, yeah, we're gonna go to France. Is there's no well okay so you want to go we're going to drop you back off at at home you're like no you're coming to France with us and then we're going to go to good it's going to always happen like that like you go everywhere they're traveling not saying that of course you're going to have time for self but I already can tell they travel the world and that they of course you're working with them you're traveling with them too they said that so many times. like over like several times in each read, like once each reading, all the time. But that I saw you traveling to America. I saw you traveling. We read about you traveling to Italy. But there's then they said, oh, by the way, we travel other places, and she's gonna be with us. I know in the beginning they're gonna go slow, so it's like they're kind of leaving it open for you to get settled. But I have a feeling that they're gonna like try to open that door. They're gonna do the She's gonna do the very best she can do to, as you would say, to bring you along to America. Everything checks out, works out right. You're ready to go. Let's go. It's gonna happen just like that. But okay. Oh no, but let's energetically, you gave me enough information. There's a, I'll let you in on something. There's such thing as called a medical intuitive. So, but what we're doing is that what I do is I just take a look and vibrationally see. So I get the strong sense that you are doing a clearing. I see you clearing. Like sometimes we go through a natural cleanse, especially like first of all you're very active right now, and also I saw this is like um, it's just words, okay? So no energies applied. Okay, so there's intestinal vibrations here, like the mechanics of the body is moving things, like energetically moving things out, exits, and seeing things like that, which is beautiful because that means that you're active. Once again, you're active, and so there's a lot of your chakra, a lot of open channels opening up. By the way, even in the nasal vibrations, I sense like I feel like I'm breathing more deeply, like I more like clear channels of breathing. And with, I think that you're moving into like not, you mentioned the word purging. I think you're doing a lot of clearing as well. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Divine feminine is pure, by the way. I know when we use these words, it's like, oh, the issues with being a woman. No, 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 no. Your life is getting better. That's you're getting ready to talk about it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just that I saw it. Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. The the feminine. That yes, yes, yes. I used to when I was growing up, I would embarrass my mom because she was like, "Am I like circling this on the calendar? How do you know this stuff?" So this was one of the first signs of something strange. I was like, I don't know what it is, but I'm really good in this area. It means something. So I'm so happy that I had the chance to share that ability with you today, because especially with it being a healthy, like you're vibrationally, like you're feeling even more beautiful, even more divine and feminine, and more like like saying, where can you go 360 degrees, where you want to go, like the world is your oyster and you're going to indulge and partake in it, your dreams, and healthy wise, your health and vibration, like you're feeling like, wow, my health is gone, actually just boosted my health up. Yes. Sure. Yes. Yes. Oh, Okay, I get it. Life giving. Okay. Right. Okay. Of course. Okay. Well, the beauty and the nurturing and the divine, the feminine, she's gonna come through. That the one that cares, the one that nurtures, and that is her strength. You that she's going to come forward. She's going to come through. That is for certain. I can sense that, and like you're going to, you say, move into synchronicity. You're moving into synchronicity vibrationally. Oh, let's take a look, cause I don't get the vibes she's around just quite yet. Sometimes, like I see her around, but she's also kind of doing her own thing. I think that you're going to have a run in with her, like very soon, maybe next week. You're gonna have a bit of a run in with her, but you really don't see much of her or really like catch up with her, not until guitar. But I also felt that she's around though. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Got it. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. I get the strong sense that, I mean, it's a shame that, something that's made by God, something so beautiful to look at, has such a signature that no one can even receive them as a gift, even if no energy is applied or no significance energetically is applied. Something so beautiful, colorful at that, of all shade, all colors. Now, I don't get the sense that she will mind in the context. It may be something that she keeps her spirituality. She keeps very quiet. And she may not do a lot of sharing, but I also believe that she likes what people do. I think she likes to do the things that people do. I think that you know, I haven't spoken with a fortune teller in such a long time, anonymously even. So I do get this strong sense that, because I mean, royalty people tend to do that, and they very seldom will reveal who they are. Like, oh, by the way, that if wow, amazing, right? But usually they say no. They just kind of like to have the experience. But with these the stones as a gift, I just don't get the vibe that she's going to say, oh no, you have to take them back, or well, make it a big deal. Would you please, be careful. Nothing like that. I believe that. I have a feeling that if you introduce them as a gift, and this is a way of saying thank you, for this. I get the strong sense that it's acceptable. Like, she's not like superstitious. Oh my gosh, oh, that she gave me these stones, and it's like my life turned upside down since I've take or received them. Nothing like that will happen. It's like a gesture, like a friendship, and without the idea that, oh, now you have these stones, you gotta say this, you gotta believe now. No, it's not for her. It doesn't. She doesn't perceive it that way. She perceives it as you introduce them to her, that they're beautiful stones and at a gift shop or from a place where you retrieve them, and you would like to say this your way of saying thank you, and that she receives them, like she says, well, thank you. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Right. Right. The one with the heart chakra. You said, did you say rose quartz by chance? Okay, yeah, rose quartz does all that. Okay, I thought I heard you correctly. Okay, that is a beautiful stone to to share with her. Hmm. But you know what it means. We know what it means. We know what it does. And vibrationally, it's a stone, and we even she knows she because the chips, they're Qatar, like chips, crystals go in chips into computers. We know they has hold significance, and we know we're dialed in. Whether if it's science or, as you say, a belief system, it does something. It's good. It's a good thing to have. And again, they're beautiful, and they're created by Mother Nature. They're part of nature. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Just I hardly noticed you were saying goodbye. I must. Physically, my mind really likes talking to you. I get it. You're busy. I thought you said Friday. You said Friday or is it Saturday? What days you want? I'm gonna be here either days. It doesn't. Friday. Okay. I will be here Saturday too, just in case. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll be here. Okay. Love you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing that thing. Oh, I'm supposed to be reading the Bible. Oh boy. If I told y'all the stories what we were having, you probably already know what we were talking about. Oh, anyway, I'm supposed to be preparing for prophecies because I have like another hour and a half to begin the prophecies. I think it's going to quiet down because my the clients that told me they were going to call me today have, and my predictions are like fully in bloom. Yes, so I actually now, I mean, I speak to people part of like royal family all the time, but I have a client who's working with specifically the Qatar royal family. Of course, you've heard about them over the news, and because that's the very same family gifted our president, a well, the Pentagon. I believe what is it called? It's a plane, a palace plane, a plane that has a palace inside or something like that. Luxury plane. Mm-hmm. Well, my client is gonna work with uh, their family as a governess. Mm-hmm. And so we're celebrating that, and they say just like you said, because they were just challenging me on dates and times. I'm like, hey, I'm a time psychic. I'm the time psychic. I know how to match. I was like, okay, how I do it is we have the Gregorian calendar and the astrologies. They overlap, and I can discover very specific dots on a timeline. And then, of course, my predictions they happen in order. By the way, like a story in chronological order. When your teacher would say, "Okay, here are jumbled paragraphs, and now you have to write them in order. You have to put them in the correct order." So I have this ability to more or less uh, I put all my predictions in chronological order. So, oh, by the way, today's prophecies, psychic prophetic prophecies from the book of Isaiah 14 and 43. It's scriptures. Bring your Bible if you want to follow along in the scriptures. Um, by the way, I can, okay, so chapter 14, that's the long one. Yeah, that book's a long one. And plus, with me having to explain things, chapter 43 is the shorter book. This is a long live because my clients pull the unexpected. They kept me busy all day. My client, my second client was like, "You need a break." That's what happens. That's what tends to happen. My clients get excited that their predictions came true, and then all of a sudden they're like, "You need a break. You need a vacation." I'm like, "Yeah, that would be nice, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. I know she considers me family. I was like, I know you consider me family and all, but oh my gosh, I gotta tell you this. You have siblings. They may not be your physical sibling, but yeah, you have siblings. So, or other relatives, not just siblings, but other relatives that need need attention. I have to give them my attention as well. Yeah, my she nearly kept me um, on the entire duration. Well, anyway, that's why as a psychic you want to do better than your last reading. That's why you don't want to just do really good readings. You want every reading to feel like a test reading. You want you want to make sure that your clients are getting everything that they have coming to them. You want to make sure they get it. That's why it would serve. Wouldn't it serve no purpose for a client who you swindle for $1,500 and you get and you lie to them and nothing that you said comes to pass? They eventually walk away from you. They walk away from you. You may cheat them. You may get away with it a couple of times, but eventually they're gonna walk away from you. They're gonna walk away and connect with someone like me who um, not charging them $1,500, and who then they're going to get the world unlocked for them, for themselves. And oh my gosh, you better hope they don't bring up the person. I mean, not you, who's listening, but the person who swindled them. Oh yes, we do spirit work there too. Oh yeah, because we have to. We have to clear your energy. We have to get them uh, to walk away from the attachment to that they're believing and having faith and the money that they gave, right, out of expectations that what you were telling them were real. So then we begin to open, of course, energetically, through the universe has to set balances right, has to set things right. So yeah. So anyway, these clients, in fact, my first client, the one who spent all this time with me, actually has somebody who does spirit work and that that type of work for her, but spends a great deal of time with me. So, yes. So, in other words, and also, you know, she mentions about like the money that she spends with the other one, with her, the one who does the work for her, but she spends, time and money, effort with myself, and I don't require things, like you don't have to go you don't have to go buy anything. I just need your attention, your ears, and your ability to communicate with me, which happens in all forms. So they get what they want. They end up. Oh, by the way, I've also been invited to a wedding. He said, if I get married, I want you invited to my wedding. So, oh yes, I am going to a wedding. You know, I've been here with you all for your births. I've even been here, when y'all just kind of needed, y'all needed to get it in. You know what I mean? Y'all just needed it, right? And y'all been playing with yourselves. And then y'all have been there for that occasion. I've been here through people having their brain checked out. I've been here today. I even talked about, you know, um, people going through a physical purge, and you know, what I mean. The it. Yeah, and, yeah, brought a lot of love and light and life to that situation. My gentleman is my guy. He will contact me. He's on a business trip. He's in Vietnam. He traveled to Vietnam. There's other clients as well. I do have another gentleman. Um, I think of him time to time. I know it feels like I'm I'm referencing like a son, like I've talked to about a son. And right now he's a bit hung up on an on a woman who is unavailable, who he goes to the bar from time to time and just kind of hang out, and she hasn't figured out how to how to quite where to quite place him yet. Of course, I would like him to be a little bit more open to connecting with other people. Um, but on the other hand, because it's all about his personality. It's not that she's not interested. It's just that he's not making it clear. And energetically, it feels like there's a if he were to open himself up a little more, I I get the feeling that he would have a little bit more better experience in finding a mate. Now, each time that I connect with her, I always hear these words: "Well, he's wrong. Well, he's wrong." Like, yeah, she's interested. Well, he's wrong. It's like she doesn't want to admit, because she's kind of like she's. I sense that she's frustrated with him. Look at me reading people who are not here. Yeah, I can deliberately read for you. Sometimes people just pop in my brain and I just read them anyway. Like my client called me. The first thing I said was, "Yeah, I already know. I already know what you're gonna ask." It's like I knew what this one was gonna ask when she started talking about. Um, so I know you can't talk about health. I know you can't talk about health. I was like, I'm gonna let you in on something. There's such thing called medical intuitive. I said, let me take a look. It's like, yeah, a purge and cleanse and exits and the intestine. Oh yeah, we were looking in. She didn't know that. She don't think she was ready for that. It's like, so that's where I like. I love you. I love you. I love you. She don't think she was ready for the medical intuitive. Like, what? There's such thing as a medical intuitive. There's somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, this, and this, and this. And then she's on a conversation. I said, I already know what you're gonna say. Usually you would say, oh yeah, it's bad. Nope. That's not what she's been feeling. She's been feeling really. I said, no, you've been feeling really good. Really good. She's like, yeah, 'cause I've been right now. I'm on the move, but I don't. I'll be glad when it's done. I'll be glad. It's so funny listening to. She say, I just be glad. Like I already done that. It's not necessary. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Pretty funny stuff. So yeah, when your career is all about speaking to like 90, probably like 99% women. That's the conversations you're bound to have. So, so I was, but I was very, what they call it, very careful, very delicate. I said, okay, it's just words. It's just words. There's no energy behind it. And I said these very specific things. I said this is what's going on. Anyway, I know you're like stop, like right. No, no, no. What? How did she say? She says right there, right, right there. Where they is like that part. Okay, so I'll chill on that. Okay. Oh my gosh. I've spent nearly 5 hours doing readings, and I haven't even touched. It's gonna be deep. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah." So I checked out the prophecy. Yeah, it's like 6 hours deep, man. You gotta skip some 6 hours. So I might have to like add that to the description that oh yeah, the prophecy starts around this time. Um, I have an hour of I have 1.25 hour to go. I'm kind of nervous about getting started. The most I can do, I don't want to break out the scriptures yet, but I do have. I think I was in a process. Let me see. I'm trying to. Yeah, I was getting this together. What? Oh, that's me. Never mind. I haven't done it yet. Okay. I was like, I didn't have to screen capture. My bad. Um, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So which one is it? Yeah, Isaiah 14. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So when we're ready, it's gonna remember we're gonna do Isaiah 14 and 43. So we will, you know, talk about that, but not right now because yeah, I gotta set it up. Um, I definitely need. Well, you definitely see that one. Do I need to? I think I can leave this one. Okay, because there's another thumbnail that has the three mother leathers, the three mother letters. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a deep discussion. Oh, wow, and I still have the energy to do this. Okay, nice. I still feel like I wanna do this, but okay. So we're gonna start. We're gonna get this, make this into a thing soon. Okay. All right. So I think I can get away with taking a few minute break. I'll be right back and then I'll start setting this up. Okay, to set this up so that we have some idea, basically, I'm not going to eat while I'm going through the scriptures, I promise. But just while I set this up, I'm going to calm down. So basically, it is about Israel as it pertains to with the Arab world. And I'm not telling you something that you've already read or that you already know because I've already listened to what people perceived Isaiah 14 and chapter 43, what they think it means. And so I'm going to show that it means completely else, um, and that it's strangely psychic, that's me, prophetic, prophecy. And when I stated this, it hadn't happened yet, which, where I stated it, TikTok. Did I record it? Yes. Can I download it? Yes. Am I going to? I can. Um, I'm, but I'm doing better. I'm going to state it again, being that it's already happened. Now I can, I can not only say what has happened, I can also give context to what has happened, and I'm going to show um, like what the parameters are that you can clearly see prophetically. I could bring about images, but I had images uh, that kind of go with it. I only need two. Well, three actually. I don't know. I'll try to locate them. Um,
that. Um, okay, so now I just gotta, please don't mess this up. I need a few images. Okay, you definitely need this, but not right now. I'm gathering my props. I can use this one. We don't need it right now, but we're gonna need that. I need some visual characters here. Um, there's two more. I promise I ain't gonna make it a big thing, and it because as to not to steer too far away from our work. Okay, we definitely need that. I think that's the way. Oops. Okay. Okay. Something like that. That's good enough. And then one more. We need our Joshua. It's better to learn how to do this now than later. Perfect. Okay. All right. We have our little stage icon set up. Don't worry. I practiced this all my life. This is the this was would have been a game to me growing up. Okay. Okay. Now that I'm absolutely ready, there's no turning back. There's no reason for me to turn back. All right. So the show about prophecy, it's on. But I'm gonna take a little bit of break. I'll be right back. Right after these messages. Okay, I'm back. So, okay, let's see if it looks like everything is supposed to. All right. My gosh. So basically, um, this is going to be one of the most interesting type of lives because we got to go in depth with this information. And this happens so swiftly. Like the way this happens, it's things that are meant to happen are always going to happen. Things that are meant to happen will always be. That's the way it works. There are things that are set in stone, but then there are things that just simply are. So, yep, some things are just as they should be. And that's that. Hmm. Some things are set in stone, some things are not. So, prophecies set in stone. Um, People's free will are not set in stone. Okay, I need to. I don't still want to start because if I start now, I'm going to start in 47 minutes. Sorry. If I start now, we could the phone could ring. Okay, you get it. The phone could ring. Then what? Then you're gonna lose because they could. This is a time people could break our concentration. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. Not at all. Hmm. Okay. So anyway, in spite of it all, I had an amazing day. I'm checking all platforms. How are we doing? I think I think I'm doing fantastic, but I want fantastic all across the board. And I love merit. Give me badges. Woo! I'm doing really good. Okay. Yeah, really good. For some reason, I always thought that people who like new people, I thought I was gonna have trouble with new people, but it turns out it's like flipped. Like my new people retention is very high. Like I'm moving towards a 90 percentile. Um, my people who already are like working with me, that one's the more challenging than new people. It was like for some reason it happened dramatically in reverse. That's so crazy. Anyway, my point is, yeah, I'm doing excellent. In fact, my numbers went up by 10%. 10%. So yeah, I'm very happy. I also know how to work the system now. I know how to defeat their AI. So whatever. So I did have a strategy that goes to prove that I actually had a strategy. The strategy was working. They Now the human beings did not want me to help clients. Didn't want me to help. So oh, by the way, let me. Okay, that's enough time to talk about this. All right. So if you're in a situation and you feel like they're trying to force you out, or you have already been like let go or forced out, however you want to word it, or you left, you're in a position where you could leave. Or hi, I'm gonna try not to make mine into a story. I just want to be okay. What did I learn? Okay, quickly.
I learned that after you go through how much time you need, was it really my fault? Was I really that horrible? Was I really, and you discover, no, I did, because a lot of times people even tell me, like, I did everything that they wanted me to do. I worked, and it was over something so small, which means, like, I felt like they never wanted to work with me. I always get glowing reports, made them a lot of money. Um, no, they don't. The clients didn't say anything bad. They never gave me a reason. Okay, so it happened, right? But then, let's say that you built programs, and they treated you like you didn't do anything, and they said, but for that, your performance is low. But then let's say you go to another company, and I'm even more like another valuable company. That company is like covering you like four times more, four times over. There isn't. I don't think they invented a number, but I'm pretty sure the higher the mathematics, there are fancy words. Um, I can. Where's a calculator? I can calculate how much. Let me calculate. So let's see if. Okay. So I would just go like this. Oops, calculator. I can tell. I can. I'm not. I mean, I could say like the percent wise. Okay. So what's the cost here? Is that the best way to? Two times. Okay, so two times by twice over. So everything I was making there, twice over. So two times as much. Okay, I'll leave it there. But so you go to this new place, right? And so what happens to you? You go to a new place, and you implement the same strategy that you were so short on, and the new company who's paying you twice as much. And so and your strategy proves again, that means that may not have been your fault. You might want to rethink how you left. Or like if there was, I'm not saying we don't grow, and if they, I mean, considering for me it was years ago, yes, I've grown and I've improved and I've become even a much more better person, but it more validated who I was then, more even more so now, knowing that my strategies were working. It's just that yes, you may actually have human beings don't who don't want your strategy working, if that makes sense. So it's not so much as, well, it's you. You just need to change. Sometimes it's you need to grow and become even more advanced. You think you were swell today, wait until tomorrow's. You're going to be fantastic. You'll be fantastic, phenomenal. Right. So anyway, that I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing when you achieve this. Let's see. Where's my? Oh, all right. Anyway, so that's what I've learned. I just wanted to pass that along. Um, oh wow, only 11 minutes because I didn't tell the full story. Yeah, I will. I'm just so worried about starting right now because if I start talking about it right now and get into scripture, I'm telling you, if I read a scripture, they don't let me. No one lets me read the scripture fully without interrupting me. That phone will ring. In fact, when I start, I'm going to need to unplug the phone. So because we're talking about psychic prophetic prophecy. So it's a little ways till I start, but I am definitely starting at 4. Why? Because then I can make myself unavailable. Monday is crazy. Monday is a day, would be the day that I'm on an hour. Usually I can tune out at 3, but I go over by 1 hour on Mondays. The good note is, and now my brain keeps saying you gotta come online and work at 6, but the reality is I have this evening off, so I'm realizing because of that I'm not going to be in a rush, and my brain is telling me, yeah, you gotta get to work at 6 p.m. You only have like 2 hours. I was like, yeah, I can get this done before it's time. And then I'm like realizing, oh yeah, this is my day that I've taken off. If anything, I need to do a newsletter. I need to write a newsletter letter up and to send to everybody. My numbers have gone up, but this is definitely time to send a newsletter. Now that my numbers, it's kind of like reward myself by sending out newsletters. Like, thank you for the support. Thank you. And I can welcome all those beautiful new people, new souls who are just finding their way to the light. Don't stand in the way. If you don't want to help them, just like at least just stand out of the way and let them help themselves. And of course, to be a metaphysical practitioner, you have to include yourself so that we help. Then we say, stand out of the way so that people can help themselves, ourselves, so we can help ourselves. That's all inclusive. The meaning when I say all inclusive, ourselves, we ourselves are included. So no one is left out, and it doesn't hinder anyone who does not want to help. That's fine. A person who doesn't want to help, they're just going to stand to the side and they're not going to help. But at the same time, they're not going to hinder you from helping yourself. That's I know that's a beautiful world, to think about. I know this is the real world. The real world is, it's that people will do both the latter and the former. Um, People will do the latter and the former. So you have to realize what you can do for yourself. You have to say, if I take a time to self observe and I observe myself, and it turns out that I've actually done great, and I go to another company and I'm able to do um, this strategy and it prevails, it actually works, that means I have it down to a science. I've discovered a science. It's become science because I can prove it and I can duplicate it, I can replicate it. And I can do very specific steps, procedures to replicate it. In my case, AI. Okay, and the company that I've aligned with is twice is better, or pays twice is better. So that means you have the arena of the universe, the gods favored me in my situation. When by they favoring me, they gave me the the promotion that the other company refused to do, or even they refused to. If they refused to help, they refused to give promotion. They didn't even give me a raise. So universe. That's what I was saying. Sometimes people are looking for an apology, a recognition from a person, or even a promotion from a person. Sometimes it's the one who's going to give you those things, a promotion, or to say, or to give you some sort of retribution, is going to be universe. And I'm not meaning if think about it, if universe gives other people, right, retribution, universe gives other people, right, promotion, raises, love. No, you saying universe. I want those things, right? So it's not about, it's like, no, I don't seek retribution. You know, I don't need them to say, call me up, remember. I'm so sorry that, no, I don't need any of that. I don't want any of that. What I want is, I want universe to revisit my status at this in the moment. In the moment, am I due retribution or am I due a promotion? Universe, oh, a promotion. That's what I want, universe, and the pay that comes along with it, twice as much, and everything that made my job impossible there. Please make it possible here, and have, and now I'm able to establish myself. I'm even going to do God a boon. I'm going to talk about prophecy, the prophetic. Of course, now I am a psychic. I'm a psychic, but I'm bringing scripture. I am bringing the scripture. So please uh, bring Isaiah 14 and be ready to go into Isaiah 43. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. Don't worry. I've got this. I know what I'm doing. I know how to do this. I'm very good at it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my. Hold on. So we're gonna do that one, that one, that one. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm aligned here. Yeah. So we'll be book of. Okay. Okay. So we'll definitely how much further we got. Yeah, we'll be here in a little bit. It'll come together. I'll show you. We'll be starting. So we're just talking right now. Uh, oh, what this is not. This is not gonna like have to. I'm not gonna have to bring up Netanyahu. I'm not gonna have to bring up anything about Trump. They have their own things going on. Although it'd be very easy to bring them in, but I'm not talking about them in this particular prophecies. This is very specific to we're gonna say the nature maybe. I mean, you can see where they fit, but there's no need for me to go into deep discussion over them. I can't wait to talk about these things as much as you can't wait. But how much? Okay. Oh well, we were doing well. But we have like 40 minutes left. Mm-hmm. It's not too far out. Before you know it, we'll be talking about scripture. Oh yes, and the tarot card is also very. The tower is very important. Actually, I didn't. I mean, I actually had the tower on TikTok, but I didn't really. Did I talk about the tower? No, generally I did. So I need one more. I need to grab the tower. Yeah, that's kind of like goes with it. All right, let me go check it out. Okay, guys. Oh, and by the way, my aesthetic of going live and presenting just went up because yes, I mean full on. What do you call that? Present. I do full on in time presentations now. Oh yes, oh yes, like images, so you see not just here. Oh yes, I typically normally am on camera. I'm just being stubborn right now. I had every intentions to I can put myself in a pit and kind of put where you can at least see somebody moving around, but I don't think I need to be on the camera to show this. So anyway, so I'm not. I'm not going to be on the camera for this. Yeah, you'll just hear my voice. Okay. Hey. Yeah, the tower. All right. So there. Now I can talk about the tower so that okay, I will do that. Okay, so the tarot is this is what we call a higher arcana tarot card, and it's this one is called the Tower, and the symbol in terms of like especially as an oracle, it represents two nations. You know, sometimes it represents two nations. Um, you know, in descent. You know, it also represents disasters, impending disasters. It's also a foreshadowing of a major change. Its planet is the planet of Mars, representing, you know, the erratic personality of nature. You know, the erratic vibrations, erratic events that happen often in nature. But also, most importantly, it can represent as, you know, whoever wins out of a battle, but it represents a big battle that's happening. Hence, throughout all of, you know, anything dealing surrounding this is the card that stands out. There are three other cards, but it's on another thumbnail, like on of this the thumbnail on this for this live. Those are the three mother letters and the three cards that, you know, that correspond. In other words, and of course the sigil, you know, all of that is very much about the trifecta, the Trinity, the three. There you got it. You see what I'm saying? The three mother letters. But it's not even about that. I'm more talking about. I mean, though all it's fitting because America right now is in the trifecta. It's the America is the trifecta. It's fitting to, you know, to mention, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm not here to really talk about the significance of the give you tarot language. The tarot card is exactly what it is. It's the tower. It represents that there are two uh, you know, nations, or it can mean battle. It doesn't necessarily be two nations, but it's depicted as two, um, you know, like structures. You know, usually there is an overhaul of reform in government. You know, that's actually I'm resounding what is being said and through the news outlet channels. So right now I'm just kind of building. It's not this when I start the actual reading of scriptures, I won't need to rely on. I won't. I mean, there's no reason to bring up the tarot cards. So I'm kind of just explaining like, okay, so what these images mean. So the shield, you know, that just kind of looks really cool. Then you have the Holy Bible because we're going to use scriptures from Isaiah 14 and 43. The tower because it's also the planet that depicts war, um, or indicates some sort of altercation. And everybody loves a dove. Come on, I've never met a person who didn't love the dove. So yeah, so we have the dove, um, the tower represents healing because of the abundance of energy in which it brings. So that helps brings about a sense of recognizing when one is so powerful that they began to heal just through sheer willpower, but also energetically have the ability to heal themselves, heal and work within yourselves. So, um, the favorite aspect regarding the tower brings about also the sense of, like, you know, you might say that people who are really good at, like, I guess, with herbs before, um, there were need for soldiers, there were farmers. So, who were the soldiers? If there's nothing but farmers, then who were the soldiers? The farmer happens when the things they grew, right, the things that they were taking care of, their family they had, the energy. Then they went to war. They went to war in the spring, just and they come back just in time by the end of the season. Like by end of the fall season, or the or late in the summer, to get things revegetated. Get things back into the getting back with the ground. Just to begin this process over again, over and again. Now, Mars, a lot of people don't know this, but Mars actually comes from Hera. And of course, that's Aries sign is associated with some aspects of triggering jealousy. So, but which is I mean, that's an interesting thing to think about in all itself. Um, but without having what my specific context is. So, what's up with the Mars planet? So the Mars planet was actually an agricultural planet at first, until there was need to fight to protect that agriculture, or anything related to like the growing of family, for example. And the way that the mythos goes, the way he was born from an herb. Um, Hera had, and then created from him Mars out of the herb. And I always laugh. It's like the herb, that because they always do. I mean, the Aries is the spring child. The eternal child. Love to solve puzzles. And actually, Aries rule the mind. Mars is a planet that represents energy, high vibrational, like eternal energy, not just in abundance, but obviously abundance is applied, but it's the type of energy that it doesn't go away, and which makes Aries overwhelming. That's why my client, said, "You need a break. Why don't you go on break?" And my energy was like, "Oh, this is just the warm up for the exercise." Yeah, we do now. We do an endurance exercise. So we're ready. So she has met the life giver. Aries is the fountain of youth, and Aries is also, of course, the sign for spring, but also the sign of life, the life givers of when in a more calmer state. We are life givers, and of course, our challenge is to learn to give it to the right people, give our energy to the correct people. And when we do that, if we find worthy, loyal people to give this vibrations to, that's where we find our more lasting long term. In other words, you have to be worthy of collecting, because Aries are a bit, um, can be eclectic, but they like to connect old things. So, like, if you if you were to gift an Aries anything, you'd want to give them something, um, like ancient, kind of old, um, uncommon, what you would see today. And if you want to create a lasting friendship with an Aries, become an antique. If you become an antique, Aries will take care of you. So you have to be a novelty. Aries like strange, unusual novelty. Things that you want, that one thing you find in the corner, an Aries will want that, not the big things that five other people want. They'll want that one little bitty thing. And you'll say, the thing that you say, oh, it's fine where it is. And Aries will say, and if you say, oh, and everyone pick out the things you want, you have four or five other people choosing the same item. They're all walking out with TV. And Aries is going to look at that small little item over there, a small little, maybe it's a handheld device. And you're like, no one would ever want that. I'll just put that right there for show. That's the one that an Aries will take. Also, Mars, when we talk about in between journeys, adventure, the part that I left out because all this information started, pouring in, is that Mars also defends. It's more of the righteous, self-righteousness side of okay, so Aries tend to, well, Aries, as in the deity Aries, right, born from the herb. Aries also is the first line of defense to Olympus. So, more of a righteous side. Sometimes Aries finds himself limited. Um, Aries is thought of as the soldiers of the astrologies. Um, Not everyone's favorite thought of Aries. Aries is also considered um, like to mate, like for mating, um, high up there on the, like number one on the list. To be honest, I didn't say marriage, but high on the list, definitely to mate with. Aries is top. Um, what else? Not that Aries want to participate. In fact, karmically, it's advised that Aries not run short-lived relationships too often. That hence me explaining, well, how does Aries create lasting ones? Because Aries, people want, everyone's sign has a stereotype. So people want Aries to have short-lived relationships. Aries need to refute that. Just as much as other signs. I don't want to use an example of so many. Where do I start? Uh, so, okay. So what else? They like the process of like going on a journey. Thinking of it as an adventure rather than reaching the end. Some people are like they want to reach the end. The Aries on their way to Olympus, right? To the banquet. Aries is having a phenomenal time, the journey up the mountain. That's an Aries. And then you've got other signs that are like, the fun hasn't begun until I'm seated at the banquet table. Looking at everybody on the campus. So yeah, so that's an Aries vibration. Now, to make this even more fun, we all can tap into all 13 signs. Well, wait, you said 13. I don't know how many times I need to say this. That's why it's no longer fun for me to. I can't sit in and listen to astrological conversations anymore, especially if they only are aware of the 12, if they're not speaking the 13, and they also have made specific adjustments, very noticeable adjustments to the signs and their dates. Like if I go to astrological, if I go into an astrological conversation, and they're saying, you know, like okay, this is something in the past that recently happened. So I went to a couple of rooms, and they were saying Taurus, 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 Taurus. Oh no, no, no. They were saying Gemini, 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 Gemini. But we're in the Taurus season. We're only 2 days into Gemini, so we just entered. That means all the people, and I know who's Taurus in the room because they gave it away. They said that they were Gemini. I said, but I didn't. I didn't spoil it. Let people, have what they grew up with. You know, but um, and by the way, they have been perfecting their personality and their character, and there are some really great characters to being um, all the signs, whatever sign that a person thinks they are. So don't change your personality. Don't change the sign that you think you are. I'm just saying that the real astrological time, now we're in Gemini. So, and we 2 days in, which is important for my psychic predictions. That's how my predictions were so accurate. My client called just to tell me, oh, by the way, just like you said, because they kept going back and forth with me about timing. No, it's the 12th. No, it's this date. I was like, you only know the standard astrology. And she wasn't even basing it off of astrology. Like, she was just like listening to what other people talk about astrology, not herself. So she's like spinning off information. I was like, well, I just want to correct the dates. And I said, by the way, this is information as I had already said the 14th, but it was like, well, they said this and this. I'm like, do they? I'm like, in my brain, at the same time, lessening the blow of it. It's like, do they even know the dates, the proper astrological dates? That's what I said. Well, so the lesson in the blow was, I do believe in the Gregorian calendar, so that's the date, which is the 14th, and here's why. Like in connection and correspondence, I said sometimes like you're searching out holidays, and you're like it doesn't make sense for they to choose certain holidays on this day. I said that's because you're looking at the sun and they're looking at the moon. The holidays are are in correspond with the moon, where the moon position is, not the because it's naturally like the solar. You're looking at, oh, it's solar dates, and that's why it does it. That's why you cannot find where it makes sense astrologically. Hence, the Hebrew religion, the lunar religion calendar. So if you have a lunar religion, they go by a calendar to follow their dates where it makes sense. Like especially if you're going to read the Bible, you talk about the full moon and so forth, the new moon. Yeah, it makes more sense if you follow the moon. Hence, a lunar religion. Hence, uh, the Abrahamic faith is not the only lunar religion, but that's also how I receive accurate dates, and that's why my client invited me to their wedding. She's like, oh, I'm going to invite you to my wedding, and you're my family. I love you to bits. That's why. That's why. Okay, so how long? Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't start this until 20 minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Right. Okay, so this is going to take a lot of energy to get through. Okay. But I can do it. And it's really important. And I mean, for the most part, I was working, I mean, you definitely are getting some psychic predictions in here. Oh, yeah, we definitely covered that today. Like the first 2 hours, 3 hours or so. Now, I was like nearly 4 hours, and we covered plenty of psychic predictions that are just they're astounding. So like listen to the conversations. So this next half is definitely a prophetic one. We're gonna bring up again. We're gonna 19 minutes to go. Yeah, we're gonna bring up the big conversations. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the scriptures. I'm not gonna be on like live on the camera, so you won't see me. Like looking side to side at my monitor to you, at my monitor to you. I'm gonna try to get through it, but I'm not gonna. I mean, so far as like pace. Okay, so by the way, from first to end, both chapters, I'm able. I should be able to move a little faster because I did it once and it was well over 2 hours. But I was talking all throughout, which tends to happen, by the way. And it doesn't. It's not even because of it's the Bible. Like when I read the Bhagavad Gita, same thing. If when I read articles, same thing. I always talk and I'm like, look, this happened and this is going on in between. So I'm pretty sure there'll be that. But since that I have actually read through it, I know where things are and what to expect. Um, so it's not just fresh off the brain. Like I read these things, so I know they exist, but then I'm like reading them and there's like little refreshing cues because I don't like read through it first. Like I'm first of all, like cite enough of it just to make sure I have the right conversation, but then I don't actually read it until like what I intend to do at 4, which is starting from the very top and then if you want to say dissecting prophecy or taking a look, observing the prophecy that's happening. What's going to be amazing is I'm not going to. Oh yeah, I thought about if I needed to like what they call it. I mean, there's Twitter, so I'm pretty sure you've seen the information on Twitter. So there's no reason for me to draw up articles because it's something that if you're active on Twitter, it's all on TikTok. It's definitely on TikTok. Even in my Instagram, in my people who I follow their stories, they're covering it. So this conversation, one way or the other, is there somebody's covered it and somebody has seen it. So I don't need to do that to add extra layer of effect. And besides, I don't want it to overshadow. I'm a psychic I do psychic predictions. I don't allow information to overshadow my psychic predictions. So that's why I always. I mean, unless you say you love me and you make me part of your family and you're inviting me to your wedding, I'm very meticulous at staying straight up with my psychic predictions. I will say, well, let me return back to spirit. I literally will start paraphrasing what spirit, stated in the beginning of the readings, and then branch into psychic prediction, so that it is very clear what spirit is saying. So, anyway, so that's what I intend to do with the book of Isaiah, chapter 14 and 43. Okay, so it's a quarter till. Nice. A quarter till. Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, we're gonna cover it. We're gonna get it all nice and covered. Um, my phone is going crazy. Let me go turn off the alarms. 1 second.
Okay, I'm I'm getting comfortable, so it's gonna be a. Hopefully, I can maybe I can do this like within 45. Maybe it should take about 40. So how long will it take to get through it? Okay, so the first time I did it, it took 2 hours. Last time, that's because I did it the first time that way. I might can maybe make do it. I'm thinking maybe 45 minutes, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. I'm gonna try to do it in half the time, but I never know. It might just go 2 hours. But anyways, um, I'll be able to officially be able to log out for today. So I won't be available. Then I can unplug, so we're not disturbed in our delivery. That I'm excited to deliver. So we'll be doing that shortly. I'm going to be immersed in. I won't be looking at the chat, but I hope people are nice. Um, so, so I don't know about answering questions because I don't like it when I'm reading the Bible and people are talking. So I probably most likely won't. No, I'm probably not going to answer questions because I'm speaking to a place where you wouldn't know what I'm saying if I'm saying something you've never heard before. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay, we made it. One more minute. I'm gonna let that clock run out, and we'll be getting started. Again, I will not be looking at the chat. So yeah, I'm just gonna just stick with what the information in front of me. Besides, no one knows what I am going to talk about until after I've said it. And then if there's words to follow, I don't know what they're going to say because this is the live where things have already happened. It would have worked in TikTok because I said it before it happened. But now this live is going to be talking about, well, you'll be all, you basically YouTube is being caught up to speed. And I know we're deep inside. Like, how will people find it? I don't know. Who knows? I just know I'm supposed to deliver this to my channel, and I was kind of blown off course because usually, yeah, they end up spending so much time with me. Never happened quite like that. Oh my gosh, they surely. In other words, they blessed you, huh? Blessed my socks off. Oh gosh. Okay. So here we go. Uh, I'm gonna get into it. Uh, oh, unplug. Phone is unplugged. In fact, unplugged for the evening. All right. Um, so I'm gonna. My phone is quiet as well. I have my tarot cards for support. Of course, I'm always protected. And I know it's a minute in. You said you're going to start at 4. Yes, about that. We're not quite comfortable yet. I need roughly just 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and then we begin. Hold on to make sure everything is kosher. Okay, yeah, everything is kosher. All right. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Everything is kosher. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Okay, here we are ready now. All right, and we don't need the tarot card here anymore. So, how does this work? Well, um, here, let me draw it up for you all. Bring this down some. That way you can see what I can see. Okay, about that much, I guess. Let me check it out. See what it looks like. Uh, okay, you can see as well. All right, so we both can look at. Okay, you can see what I can see. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, we're getting started. All right, I'm going to my. Oops. You can read what I'm reading. We can read it together. All right. All right. So it says, this is from the book of Isaiah 14:1. It says, that he shall have compassion, Yahweh. Compassion is very powerful because notice that it says, and he shall have compassion and not empathy. Empathy is taught and it's an ethic. Compassion is kindness. So it says that he shall have compassion, Yahweh. Then it says Jacob. So this is in reference to the house of Jacob, which is the house of Israel. If it goes house of Israel, and then the house of Israel becomes house of Jacob, if that makes sense. Right? Now, this is important. And please put out of your brain, like, don't use what you have. Speak about what's given because there's no way you can know what I'm going to say. Even as you have read chapter 14 and 43 of the book of Isaiah. You, you don't have it, I promise. I wish you did, but that's the whole reason why I'm having this conversation now. Besides talking about psychic, prophetic, prophecy. So, Jacob, right? So he's saying he has compassion and he chooses Jacob and he chooses still in Israel, meaning he has compassion. He chose Jacob and still he chooses in Israel. And it says, and he gives rest them on the ground of them. Like he makes the ground, comfortable. He makes them comfortable. It says, and they're able to rest, just as it states. But most importantly, it's kind of like, when you're in a place of restoration. It says, and he gives rest on them, on the ground of them, and he is obligated, the sojourner on them, right? With the people who are around or with the house of Jacob. And it says, and they are adherents on the house of Jacob. So there you have it. That's how it opens up, okay? So that means there's nobody bothering them. There are no disturbances, um, and specifically, just so that we all are clear, adherence means someone who supports a particular party, person, or set of ideas. So these are people who, are more like partners, right? So let's continue. It says, and they take them, peoples, and they bring them to place of them, and they allot them, the house of Israel. And it says, on the ground of Yahweh, for servants and for maids, and they become one's capturing to one's capturing of them, and they hold sway in the one's
exacting on them. Just so you know, I know that the reason why people won't listen to any further because it's mentioned servants and maids. But I want to be clear. When Yahweh uses servant, I'm not just saying this. Actually, it's in words. When Yahweh uses servants and maids, he's talking about, he defines servants and maids as hired ones because it is against covenant to have anyone to serve as servants, and including, he also says that in the masculine tense. So I said serve as servants, that is a site, so those are actual words. And maids he describes as female, but the way that he pertains to the female is that the females are protected. So he speaks to them as using the female in context, the words, the symbols and the meanings for, as you would speak to a female, but specifically the way that you speak to a male, which are the servants, and a maid, which are female, is different. Like the males, they can leave. The females, they're protected. So it's set up where they can integrate, and when they're ready, or like preparing themselves, let's say for marriage, starting a family. By the way, servants and maids, or which are called hired ones. Which means hired ones means being paid. Yes, and I'm not going to go into the because it's that's a whole another kind of conversation, because your conversation is that they're slaves. My conversation is no, those are hired ones, and you have problem thinking about people being paid what they're worth. But it goes deeper than that. That's why I don't even want to even hint what that is. So I have lives on it, and someday if it's in my spirit, I will have another one about it. But for now, I want to stick in Isaiah 14. By the way, 14:1. If you care to join along, it says, okay, so and they take them a peoples, and they bring them to the place of them, and they allot them, house of Israel, on the ground of Yahweh, for servants and for maids, and they become one's capturing of them, and they hold sway, and one's exacting of them. Now, don't forget, it also said, and he is obligated, the sojourner, on them, and they are adherents on house of Jacob. Meaning, again, what does adherence mean? Not someone forced. It's someone who supports a particular party, person, or set of ideas. So that means supporters of the on house of Jacob. Okay, so there's a lot of context, but there's more. Um, Also, who speaks on this is in what do you call it? The I forgot. I'm very prepared. The Apocrypha also has a conversation about what's going on in this, in the mannerisms of like the king of Babylon, and so there's a lot going on there. But I'm not going to make this a, you know, like a like a, oh, fun fact, type of thing. I'm going to stick to this, what they're describing here, and we're going to uncover the prophecies that's already happened and the prophecies unfolding. Thank you for your moment. 4:3 says, and he becomes in day of to give rest of Yahweh. So okay, so the day comes where Yahweh must give rest. It says, to you from grief of you, and from disturbance of you, and from the service, the hard, and which he is made serve in you. It says, and you lift up the proverb, and this on king of Babylon, and you say, so on the king of Babylon, it says, right here, I'm right here, king of Babylon, and right, that's where we are at the moment, and say, how he ceased one exacting, she ceased
pining ones. Okay, meaning, how is it that you're on top? It says the proverb thee this. It says, and you lift up the proverb on thee this on King of Babylon, and you say, how he ceased one exacting, she ceased pining ones. Meaning, you were ahead of us, you were before us, and now you're not. Like, what's going on with you? So that's what that's representing. And it says, the of course the story with the king of Babylon is that he took he did take in Israel. He took in Israel. However, he also took ritual symbols, right, that are representation of Yahweh, because he felt that you have the precious items and the treasures. You're the people that's supposed to support this. But I, King of Babylon, came in and took you, the city, and so what he did was he put it all in a treasury. But in the Apocrypha, it explains that the king then sends them back to Israel, commissioned, and then he also gives them back the treasure and says, "You're now ready to take care of it." Because if I can come in, anyone can come in. This is precious. You're supposed to take care of these things. God chose you to do it, so do it. Then he said. Then he also commissioned them, as in all the ministries. Just where you get ministries. He paid them, like he paid the music ministry, he paid the welders ministry, the builders ministry, all of that, as to rebuilding temple. Okay, reestablishing temple and being able to use all of the relics that they that came with them, that was in the treasury, that's in the Apocrypha. But that's the last I'll need to bring up the Apocrypha, and that was the only reason why I brought it up, because it's a thing. Okay, so 14:5 says, he broke Yahweh, rod of wicked ones, scepter of ones ruling. So he's saying that those ruling over, he broke the scepter. It says, one smiting peoples in the rage, smiting barring withdrawal, one holding sway in anger, nations pursuing, no keep it, no, he keeps them back. Okay, so the holding a sway, the smiting, all that is breaking commands. So, like having commands of having let's say, the servants and the maids, as in to serve as a servant, all that also is, along with the holding sway bit, all of that is breaking covenant. So, no, he's not talking about that. Uh, People, Israel. In fact, he's talking about Israel in those circumstances. But then it says 14:7. She is at rest. She is quiet. All of the earth, they burst forth jubilation. And you've got to know who she is. Okay, you got to know that's Israel. Okay, so this is where we're almost where the prophecies begin. It says, okay, now it says, even firs, they rejoice to you, cedars of Lebanon. Why is it important that the cedars of Lebanon to rejoice? Because so today you think of Israel as, first of all, you think of Israel as people, Israeli, and then you think of Jerusalem, which you think of just Jerusalem, right? Capital Jerusalem, like Jerusalem. But you don't think of like ancient Canaan. Ancient Canaan, which is the also part of the Holy Land. So that Holy Land, according to Scripture, is as far as your eyes can see, where the mountains meet, and as far as the into the seas, the edges of the sea, where the seas began. Wherever it says, wherever a man of Israel, or Israel man, or is yeah, Israel, or you can say Israel man, it states as it reads, or Israel persons, where they place their feet, that's where God is in front of their faces.
So it's saying that, yes, according to scripture, Lebanon is that place. Now, this is another thing. I want to go a little bit further. So this is where people will be upset, where they say, Israel there? Israel, what, gets Lebanon? No. What it means is that when Israel, we have to remember, oh, now I think I can use, let me get some images. Okay, I have my, which image? Okay, this one. And so when Israel, I think it's this one. No. Yeah, I need this. I need this one too. This one and yeah, I need that. And Wales. Yeah, I need this one. Okay, so when Israel, um, right? Well, actually, this we're not. Okay, Joshua happens, but Moses, right? Moses happens. 1 second. Okay, everybody coming from Egypt, right? So when Moses way in the back, he's holding 10 Commandments. He's the one that looks like a statue. He's back there. There's Moses way in the back holding the 10 Commandments. Then there's they come from Egypt. There's the pyramid, and then this is supposed to be Joshua, right? The one to your right, and then this gentleman who is Arab. He's my symbol that represents people. Okay, so both. If you want to, then they would have been called Egyptian. Egyptian were alongside Moses and Joshua coming out of Egypt on the and before entering Canaan, Moses engrafted both in blessing marriages between Arab and Israel, and then as one family being or grafted because Moses was instructed to incorporate them into the house of Israel. Then they enter the land. So, so Lebanon's lineage traces genealogy wise. So genealogists, archaeologists trace Lebanon at, all the way back to Canaan ancestry. They actually lived in the city of Canaan. And everything that the Bible states, scientific proves, and DNA, genetics prove, archaeologists prove. They found 5 corpses that are Lebanese, that are Lebanon, and they were farmers, not warriors. And they actually were. It was a city, by the way, and the city was untouched by war and thrived as everyone living side by side. Now, they said though DNA cannot say these two people could live side by side and absolutely hate each other, and DNA wouldn't really prove whether or not if they were constantly at war or if they're. But it does. But it's definitely not showing in the DNA that there's. It's like there was never a war. There wasn't. There just simply wasn't a war. Now the Bible, the way that they entered Canaan, people always have their story, but the way that they entered the Canaan, the Bible says that they would enter intelligently. And they even, of course, very detailed, mapped out in the way that they would enter. Basically, um, the older, okay, so in what we'll consider to be an elder. So if you back in those days, 50 and above were considered older men, and the young men were 30, were ages of 30 and up. So between 30 and 50. Though the 30 between 30 and 50, those men helped 50 and above to enter first, right? So they brought in the elders first, the young men, and then they brought in the women and the children next. So that's how and they entered intelligently. There's a difference between God saying very specifically, go in and leave nothing standing, and then walk in intelligently and side by side and with honor and with a the way that he describes them with cool temperament. That's the way they walked into the land, and then they went on. So then the inhabitants already present in Canaan, which are the Canaanites. So you have, and of course, when you read the book, you discover, I discover, three nations because they're the nations that which Yahweh says you're not above you're as low as you have become as low as the nations. You are with them. And remember where you come from. I brought you out of Egypt. You were also once upon a time in that place. So the things that service serve as a servant for you, then you're not to do that to the nations. Also, he addresses Canaanites to say that they're not like do not make your like if he speaks to everybody across the board. He says if you like the nephew shouldn't be making to serve. Okay, don't make your uncle serve, and uncles don't make your nephew serve, and everybody. He also described don't set your young sons to serve. They're for hire. They're to make money, and also the ladies, and to be paid, and incorporation and things, all these kinds of things. So I know you're saying, no, 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 no. That's what's written. I'm just not. I'm just that I'm in the book of Isaiah. I'm not. I'm not in Leviticus today. All right. So even firs that rejoice to you, cedars of Lebanon, since you lay down, and that's not even the prophecy. I'm setting everything up so you understand who's over there. First of all, we need to find out who's over there. So Lebanon is that's Palestinians. If you, in case you don't know, Lebanon have 98% Palestinian blood. Okay, it's not called Palestinia. It's just Lebanon. All right, or Gaza. Or they also live in Gaza too. So even firs, they rejoice. Oh, the point is that they're derivative to Egypt, and also Israel. Of course, their story begins in Egypt. They keep having to. Everybody knows they keep having to return back to Egypt, and they're treated actually very well, considering the times. That's definitely not the kind of stories that we would pay to go see at the movies, but in real, I mean, in the biblical way, they kind of came and went. They were like in good, kind of like being in good standing. They were in pretty good standing with the pharaohs, I tell you. Like from Abraham, Moses, they were really in great standing, I would say. Okay, so now you understand the connection. Okay, so even firs, they rejoice to you, cedars of Lebanon, since you lay down not, he is coming up, the one cutting down us. Okay, so it says the cedars of since you lay down not, and he is coming up, the ones cutting down us. Okay, so 14:9 says, unseen from beneath, she is disturbed. Okay, for you to meet of to come of you, he rouses. For you healers, all of the he goats, earth he raises from the thrones of them, all of the kings of nations. So that's talking to Israel, like he's stirring up everything. There's movement now. They're coming up from out of the rest. Um, you know, so far they're not in the line of sight, and it's talking about all of the this healer from the healer all the way to all kings of nations. So what is he talking about though? He says unseen from beneath. Israel is disturbed for you. It says to you to meet. It says to come of you. Like so, he says they're stirring up. They're waking up, and he rouses. He says, "For you, the healers, all of the he goats of the earth, He raises from the thrones all he says when it says not just some of the nations, but all it says from thrones of them, all of the kings of nations, all of the kings, not some, not few, not just Jews. I mean, or just all of them. Okay. So then it says, the verse 10 says, all of them, okay, all of them, right? Everything above, they shall respond, and they shall say to you, moreover, you are ill like us. To us, you are comparable. Then it goes on to say, he is brought down unseen. The pomp of you, clamor of zithers of you, under you you shall birth maggot and covers of you worm. So is this referencing hard times right now? It says how you fell from. Okay, so now this is the big question. It says how. Okay, now this is saying basically they have lived, and first of all, let's start with like us. To us you are comparable, which means like you are ill and all this. It's like they're going through so much, and how is it in the world that you're down on your luck, you know um, you're not even procreating in the best of conditions. So let's get to 12, because this is where the prophecy starts right here. So then the king of Babylon, for example, other nations, they start to say, ask Israel, okay, so how you fell from the heavens, share with us. I mean, how will you tell us? Speak up. Son of dawn, you were hacked down to the earth, one defeating over nations, meaning you were defeating, like you defeated nations, right? You right? They entered into covenant and Canaan, all that, and the nations that joined them. And then, but see, there's a reason why it's saying this. This is the prophecy. It says, here it goes. And you said, so after you defeat all the nations, and then it goes, oh, remember this defeated all the nations in Canaan and all this, right? And it says, and you said in your heart, the heavens I shall ascend from above, from above, to the stars of El. I shall exalt throne of me, and I shall sit in mountain of appointment, in recesses of north. I shall ascend on high places of thick cloud. I shall be like to Supreme One. I shall be like to Supreme One. The Supreme One, Supreme One is capitalized. That represents God. So this is when they are saying, Israel, you have gone through it, and you said that you would rise above the heavens. You will ascend above the stars, above El. How we know who's speaking? Because El is the name for Yahweh. I know you all are thinking, that's another God. That's their God. No, 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 no. El and Yahweh are the same person. In fact, we're going to get to that scripture. So if you have been saying that El and all the gods of Canaan, you are misguided. And Yahweh, you're absolutely misguided. I'm not saying you're totally wrong, but you're totally wrong in regards to, in this specific one, we're going to show where El and Yahweh are the same person. These are the same people. So same person, same deity, I mean. Okay, so 14:14 says, so did you get that point, what I just made about 14:13, besides, so they said, I shall ascend from above, meaning above the stars of El, even El. And I shall exalt the throne. I shall exalt my throne. My throne is going to be exalted. Then I'm going to sit on the mountain of appointment. Who sits on the mountain of appointment? El. Who is El? Well, who sits on the mountain of appointment? Yahweh. Okay, who is Yahweh? El. So you know what they heard, right? And it says appointment of you're going to sit on the wait a minute. You're going to sit on the mountain of appointment in recess of the north. That's the mount. The mountain that you're thinking of. You're going to sit on Mount Sinai, the mountain of appointment. Wait a minute. You're going to sit where God created the Ten Commandments for the whole world, where God spoke to Moses. You're going to sit up there. You're going to sit there on a throne above the stars of El and and above heaven. It said that in your heart you said that. Okay, so 14:14 says, um, it says, I shall ascend on high places of thick cloud. I shall be like to Supreme One. I shall be like God. Okay, so 14, says uh, Isaiah 14:14. And this is, okay, this is prophecy. Now, this is where trouble comes. It says, yeah, yea, yes, to unseen you. Yeah, okay, yes, you unseen, okay, shall be brought down to recess of crypt. 14:15. It says, and you know why 15 follows, precedeth after 14:14. I just read it to you. Okay, so and also in 14:13 and 14:14, and you know why 14:15 reads, yes, to unseen you. We know who unseen you is. That's Israel. Shall be brought down to recess of crypt. Um, 14:16, chapter, the verse 16 says, one seeing of you. So this is the one seeing of you. This, in other words, this would be, we'll say, they say Lebanon. It says, one's seeing of you, they shall peer to you. They shall consider. It says, ask, they shall ask. This, the man, one disturbing the earth, one making quake kingdoms. The kings are asking this. The one who is, meaning this is a follow up with, you'll be brought down to recesses of crypt, and then this says, and then people will peers around will then ask, is this the one that was making all the noise? And then 17 says, one placing inhabitants as the wilderness, and cities of him he demolished, prisoners of him not he opened homeward, meaning this is what Israel accused of. One placing inhabitants. So if you have inhabitants, you have a structure, right? You got maybe a house, right? And then it says one placing people with a house, people who had homes. I said in the wilderness. Then it says cities of him demolished the cities. And what did he do with the prisoners? Right? Prisoners of him not opened homeward, not opened his home. No home. 14:18 says, so what did all the kings say? So 14:18 says this. All of kings of nations, all of them, they lie down in glory, man and house of him. So all the kings of nations, all of them, they lie down in glory, man in house of him. Meaning, the kings of the nations, they said they prostrate, themselves. Man in the house of him, the one who's a ruler of that house. But now this is not all bad, by the way. This is just okay. It says, and you were flung from the tomb of you as Sion. A scion. A scion is an extension of like top. It could be regal, it could be royal, but creating a like a bit of a like an inner circle, a family. It says, okay, let me read that straightforward without interrupting. It says, and you were flung from the tomb
like you gonna say uh, from the ashes as a scion being abhorred. So being just people being appalled, maybe the brutality. It says being abhorred, then the clothing of ones being killed. You took the clothings of the ones, and then the ones being spurred of the sword, ones going down of to stones of the crypt as corpse being trampled. So basically, like abhorred clothing, you clothing of the ones being killed, meaning one's being spurred of the sword, one so killed, actually being killed by the edge of the sword, and then um, going down into then the stones who to be buried as because they're corpses, as they said, graveyard dead, and then being trampled on. They clothe them. It says clothe themselves. It says 14:20 says, "Not you shall unite with them in the tomb, that land of you, you ruined, people of you." Why do they call it people of you? Because these are the same people that came out of Egypt. Alongside them, they were the people. This is the land of Canaan. And it says, "You killed not, he shall be proclaimed for eons, seed of ones doing evil." He says, "You did not kill to say for eon." Yes, look at these are evil ones. He says there was no reason. He says this is kind of like when the good guys go bad conversation. Okay, so 14:21 says, "Prepare you for sons of him, slaughter in depravity of fathers of them. No, they shall rise, and they tenant earth, and they fill surfaces of habitant cities. They went into the take over the land, take over the land." In other words, it says, "And I rise on them, averment," meaning I rise on them as a prophet. Averment means prophet. And I rise on them, averment of Yahweh of hosts. Okay, so now who are they speaking to? So the Yahweh of hosts, the averment of Yahweh of hosts, that means with that speaking from Israel's perspective. That's Israel's name for God. It says, "And I rise on them, averment of Yahweh of hosts, and I cut off to Babylon name and remnant and propagator and progeny, averment of Yahweh." Did you get that? Now this is prophecy. "And I rise on them, averment of Yahweh of hosts." Number one. And now who's been speaking this whole time? This is someone who referenced Yahweh as El. It says, "And I cut off to Babylon name." I cut off from the Babylon name, and the remnant, and the remnant of like what's left of it, what's there, and the propagator, the ones who spin, who basically tells um, the ones who pontificate for them, and then the progeny. So life itself, averment of Yahweh, and then he signs it, meaning I have cut away from all of this. Like I want nothing to do with it. 23 says, "And I place her to tenancy of hedgehog and marshes of waters, and I mop her and mop of extermination, averment of Yahweh of hosts." So he says, "And I place her to tenancy of hedgehog and marshes." So he reduces it. Like there's hedgehogs there, right? And a hog, anything is unkosher, unkosher food. Marshes of waters. And it says, "And I mop her
and mop of. So he not only mops, but he mops in death, but all the stuff that's left behind. So it's like dirt, like moving dirt around. No cleanliness about it. And then it says, there's like a sign here, prophet of Yahweh of hosts, or averment of Yahweh of hosts. Then it goes on to say, 24, he swore Yahweh of hosts to me, right, to the averment, to say of, if not as which I meant, so she becomes. So if everything does not occur as I stated, it says, and as which I counsel. So I counsel you. So if I counsel, and she shall be confirmed. So I want to give this away. Basically, he's saying, I gave instruction. Excuse me. If the one who has risen, the prophet meaning, come out of the Babylon, stating the things that is saying that happened, and okay, so it says, as which I counseled, she she be confirmed, meaning it better be what what my commandments were, and this is gonna prove it right here. 25 says, to break of Assyria, number one, in the land of me, the break of Assyria in the land of me. So how do we know that this Averment, this particular prophet, is coming from Babylon, from hence Lebanon, and now it's now very specifically to break of Assyria in land of me, and on mountains of me. I shall trample him, and he withdraws from on them. The yoke placed on him, okay, and the burden of him, and from on shoulder blade of him, he shall withdraw. Meaning, so he's saying that he's broken. Remember earlier his introduction was, I he began to pray to God, to the like Yahweh, like he's still, I mean, El, but he's speaking to Israel at this time. He says, I'm like breaking the yoke. The burden is, like all that was bound. What bounds me is now loosed. And here's how we know why it is. What does that mean? You talking about that God reversed? He reversed His blessing. Well, let's read 14:26. It says, "This the counsel." That's Yahweh counsel, counseling. So this the counsel, the one being counseled. Who does God counsel? Who does He need? Who does God speak to give counsel? It says, the counsel, the one being counseled over all of the earth. Who's being counseled over all of the earth? It says, and this the hand, the one being stretched out. Who's which nation? Whose nation does the hand stretch out for? It says over all of the nations, then stretch out for, and over all of the nations. He's speaking to Israel. He's speaking to Israel. Then it says in 14:27, here it goes, that Yahweh of hosts, that's how we know who's counseling. It says, he counseled, and who? Question mark. I've already read this, so I'm asking the questions before they is presented in Scripture. 14:27. Who did Yahweh counsel? Who? He says, he shall. Okay, this is what he says Yahweh will do. Yahweh says, he shall annul and hand of him the one being stretched out, and who? So he says, and he will annul. What does annul mean? Well, let's look it up. Annul means to officially counsel or invalidate something over a law, agreement, or marriage, making it legally void. And it says, and hand of him, the one being stretched out, and who? Who is he stretching his hand out to? And he says, he shall reverse her. Meaning, he will reverse
the blessing to the protection. It says 28 says, in the year of death of the king Ahaz, and he became the load, he became a burden. Thee this, it says in 29, it says, must not be you are rejoicing, Philistia. Why is that? It says, well, hold on. Oops, a second. Um, so Philistia is in the Bible. Philistia refers to a region on the southwestern coastal plain of Canaan, inhabited by Philistines. Okay, all right. So, and so um, th- let's read this. And remember, this is nation work. So remember, there's nations there. There's Israel there, right? And then there's Canaanite there. But let's read this again. Um, so in the year of the death of the king Ahaz, he became the burden. He says this and that must not be you are okay. You must not be rejoicing, Philistia. Why? All of you that he is broken club of one smiting of you. That's it says that from root of a serpent he shall come forth, yellow viper and fruit of him, burning serpent flying. Meaning, don't rejoice, do not rejoice, because the one that is, it says, rejoicing of you, that he is broken club of the, because so the club that, let's say, okay, so in Philistia, the king was ruling over Philistia, and somebody came along and broke the club of the king Ahaz, meaning when he died, that's a symbol that King Ahaz died, and they're like, "Woo, so glad he's done with." And then it goes on to say that okay, so that he has broken the club of the one smiting of you. However, that from the root of there's a root of, like, you know how they say only way to kill a serpent, but it says from the root of a serpent he shall come forth. This from the right shall come forth yellow viper and fruit of him, burning serpent flying. They said you gotta do away with the head, not the tail. So here we go. Anyway, does that make sense? A lot. That means something worse. If you don't get it, something. If 1429 means something worse, far worse, but still far worse. Who? So this is what they say happens, and they graze the firstborn of poor ones. So it says, and they graze one. Okay, they graze. Who's they graze? Yes, this whoever this who comes forth, the yellow viper and fruit of him, burning serpent flying. It says, and they graze one's firstborn of poor ones, of the poor and the needy. To trusting they shall recline. To trusting they shall recline. Like the ones trusting, they're going to rescind. They're going to break trust. And it says, and I put to death in the famine the root of you, right? And and it says, and remnant of you he shall kill. It says, howl you or speak up. It says, open your mouth, cry out, cry out. It says, city to be dissolved, Philistia, all of you, that from north smoke coming, and there is no one solitary in appointment places of him, meaning no place to hide. And 32 says, and why? It says, he shall answer the messengers of nation, that Yahweh, he founded Zion, and in her they shall find refuge, humble ones of people
of him. So when I know people don't like the word humble, but humble is different from being humble is a different word, right? You don't want to be modest. Modest is more of a negative intent. Modesty is what people are talking about, not humble. Humble means you know your ability, you know who you are, and you do exactly what you need to do. So it's saying. And by the way, who is this messenger from? It says the messengers of nation that Yahweh he founded. It says he shall answer messengers of nation that Yahweh, right, he founded, which is Zion. In so Zion not what they're what is not what they're wanting it to be. They're wanting to go in, they want to take over, they want to live there, they want to come in, move people out, cause us starve, not eat, raise a famine. It says, hold on. Except, I mean, make not eat all that. But then it's something so interesting that comes up. Hold on one second. It says it says in okay 1430. Let's go. It says they're going to break the trust and recline, and it says, and I put to death in the famine the root of you. So, the serpent way, like what's coming out of the serpent, there's famine there, there's lack of resources. And the remnant of you, the remnant, the ones proceeding after you, the ones that are kind of there that, maybe can protect and do things and work, it says of you he shall kill. And it says, how will you gate cry, like cry, like open your mouth, it's like speak up. And it says city to be dissolved. The city is to be dissolved. It says all of you that from the north smoke coming, and there is no one solitary place and appointed places of him for anyone to like find refuge. But most importantly, in 32, and it says, and what more can be done? He says, well, he shall answer the messenger. The messenger, of course, the one that rose up from that side and was saying of the nation that don't worry, Yahweh, he founded Zion, and in her, that's where they find the refuge. They find refuge, the humble ones of people of him. Humble ones, the people of him, the people of, well, in this sense, it's Yahweh. But El is his name. Okay, so now I'm going to easily slip over to 43. And so that's what's going on. It says in 43:1, and now thus, oh, this one's a lot shorter. So it says, and now thus he says, Yahweh, one creating of you Jacob, and one's forming of you Israel. Must not be you are fearing that I redeemed you. I called in name of you to me, Israel and Jacob. Right, the house of Jacob. It says, you that you are passing in the waters with you, and I, and in the, hold on, in the streams, it says, not they shall overflow you, that you are going through the fire. Not you shall be scorched and blaze, protected from the elements, Israel. Not she shall consume you. And it says, 43:3, that I, Yahweh, Elohim, oh no, El is not Elohim. Elohim is Elohim. Elohim, and there is no other Elohim. Okay. Then there's Yahweh. So there's Yahweh Elohim, and this one is definitely this one is when he is Israel. Okay, so that I, Yahweh Elohim of you, Holy One of Israel, right? One saving of you. I give shelter of you. Then it says Egypt, Cush, Sheba, instead of you. Hold on. Instead of you what? from which you are precious in eyes of me, you are glorified, and I love you. And I shall give human instead of you, and folk stems instead of soul of you. So, folk stems meaning descendants, family of humans. Human means someone that Yahweh Elohim does not recognize as family because he recognizes those he embraces, which he's going to make that very clear the distinction between the two upcoming. So I don't even need to spoil that. 43:5 says, "Must not be you are fearing that with you I from sunrise I shall bring seed of you, and from the west I shall convene you." And it says, I shall say to the north, give you, and to the south must not be, you are detaining, bring you. So, and then it says, sons of me from afar, and daughters of me from end of the earth, right? And then he says, every of the one being called in the name of me, and for the glory of me, I created him, I formed him, indeed I made him. Okay, so 43:8 says, bring forth people of all sorts, right? This goes people who are blind and people with eyes. There is, and then bring all the ones that are deaf ones, and bring all the one who has ears to them. Then it goes like here, 43:9 says, all of the nations they are convened together, and they are being gathered. Folkstems, who are they? Who are you talking about? He's talking about all of the nations. He says, in them he shall tell this and former things. They shall announce us. They shall give testimonies of them, and they shall justify themselves, and they shall hear, and they shall say truth. And then it goes on to express. It says, you, this is Israel, witnesses of me, everment of Yahweh, the prophet, and servant of me, and whom I chose, so that you shall know, and you shall believe to me, and you shall understand that he says, God is in his face. Okay, so always keep God in the face of you. Not he was formed El. Not that he was formed El, right? So who is speaking? The everment of, remember, Assyria, and the people of the nations. So if he when he asks, who are you talking about? Are you talking about Israel? No, he's already mentioned Israel. He's talking about the surrounding nations. He's talking about um, like Palestine. He's talking about all of these other nations that are around but the like Canaan. He's talking about Canaan, and this is El. We know who El is, right? So this is where um, God or Yahweh, excuse me, Yahweh Elohim is bringing him his connection to El. So it says 40. Let's start from 43:10. It says, uh, "You witnesses of me, the averment of Yahweh, the prophet of Yahweh. We know who which we already described. He's from Assyria. It says, and servant of me, whom I chose, so that you plural shall know, and you plural shall believe to me, and you plural again. Well, you're going to understand that I, who has the faces of God of me, not it says not was formed. El was not formed, and after me, not he shall become. So like there is no one after El. Then it says so there's no one before El, no one after El. Then it says I Yahweh, and there is no from apart from me, one saving. Okay. Then it goes on to say so it goes, that addresses El and Yahweh. So it's talking one, he says, he speaks to Canaan, he's speaking to the nations, he's speaking to Arab. There's no point in repeating himself. Then he clarifies, I Yahweh. That's when he's speaking to Israel, and there is no from apart from me one saving. And then the L, he says, not he was formed. L was not formed or created. And after him, not he shall become. So there is no one after him who is going to be formed. He's not. L is not the light. L is L is Yahweh. There's no one. L is not in waiting. L. Okay, so then it goes on to explain this. It says, oh, it goes more deeper than that. Here it goes in 43:12. I tell and I, it says, I tell and I save and I announce, and there is no in you, and there's no one in you, alien one that is okay. Very quickly in the book of Job, alien is also referenced, meaning not in this domain, not in this dimension, in humanity, like in the man's reality. So, like Satan in the book of Job is mentioned three times, and then he's mentioned as alien, meaning that is nothing, is not kind of being that man is seen. So that made him alien. And by the way, the moment that the Holy Spirit, Eloah, reveals herself, um, uh, Satan goes away. Like you never hear from him again. And the total times is three times, but when the Holy Spirit arrives on the scene, immediately Satan and everything noteworthy about Satan is is no longer there after that. And so, yes, his scene ends very quickly. So then it says, Alien One, and you, and including you, not like you, not someone outside you. So he includes, says, and you. He says, again, I tell and I save and I announce, and there is no in you, no one in you, Alien One, and you, witnesses of me. And it says the everment of Yahweh. That's the or messenger of Yahweh. It says, and I, L. So everment of Yahweh and L. So Yahweh and I who? L. So Yahweh, L, the same person. The same, very same person. Everment of Yahweh and L. Okay? So it's like Yahweh El. And then 43:13 goes, so, or Yahweh Elohim. So 43:13 says, moreover, from day, it says, I or and he, and there is no from the hand of me one rescuing, I shall contrive, and who he shall reverse her. So there's no one making decisions. Okay, 43, for other than Yahweh. Thus he says, Yahweh, one redeeming of you, Holy One of Israel, on account of you, okay, I says, I send Babylon word, and I bring down fugitives, all of them, and Chaldeans in the ships of jubilation of them. In fact, Babylon sends, well, in the Apocrypha, Babylon sends Israel back to Israel with all their belongings that they had in the treasury. And from their treasury, they began to rebuild. Because they commissioned, actually. There's like, no, like, you serve the king, now I'm putting you to be in service and build and rebuild the temple like you're supposed to do, like God wants you to. And not only that, I'm funding it. And also, not only that, I'm putting you in charge of it. And not only that, I'm giving you stipends for all purposes to make it real, make it true, make it authentic. Yep. So that's okay. So anyway, we'll have to read the Apocrypha straight up like we do the Bhagavad Gita and the way we do the Holy Bible, like chapter by chapter by chapter. Okay, so 43:15 says, I Yahweh, Holy One of you, one creating of Israel, a king of you, plural. That's right. Um, Now, if you want to be very like Roman Catholic, Israel is one creating of you, Israel, king of Babylon. Like we could say that. But then it says 43:16. Thus he says, Yahweh, the one giving in seaway. Okay, it says in waters, strong ones track. It says, the ones bringing forth the chariot, the horse, the army, and the strong one together, they shall lie down. No, they shall rise. They are extinguished as the flax. They are quenched, like the flax of candle. Candle. Okay, so 43:18. Must not be you are being mindful, former things, and preceding things must not be you are considering. In other words, don't consider your way, don't consider the things you used to know. This is a whole nother situation. 43:19 says, behold me doing new thing. So I do new things. It says, oh, this is beautiful. I love this one right here. So behold me, look at me doing new things. Now she is sprouting. Question mark. It says, not you are knowing her. Indeed, I am placing in the wilderness way in desolation streams. He basically, this is God saying, don't like go by what you used to know. Don't use your information. And they say metaphysically, to limit yourself is to think of it intellectually, because the one mind or the God mind, goes beyond limits because people say that they're a product of their environment, for example. And so, you're as limited as your intellect or as limited as your mind can perceive. And of course, that means, well, what you perceive God, or God is saying, well, there's no way one can perceive, beyond the limits. But this is how to start the journey. And he's saying, behold me doing new things. Now she is sprouting, question mark. Not you are knowing her. Indeed, I am placing in the wilderness way in the desolation streams. Then it further much goes on to say, she shall glorify me, the animal of the field, the jackals and daughters of ostrich, that I give in the wilderness waters, streams, and desolation, to give to drink of people of me. So now he says, I also give to drink the people of me, the chosen ones of me. So he says, I take care of the wilderness. I create out of desolations the streams that are just in us, they're unforgivable. But I made those streams pure, clean, where people, humans, can drink. And also, he mentions ostriches. He brings life back to a place where it was desolate. He says that's what he does. He says he's not limited. He's describing, I guess, absolute metaphysic right there, metaphysical. 21 says, people, it says, people this I formed for me, praise of me, they shall recount. So he's saying people there, the animals there, they're going to recount what he did. Um, and he says, but he says, 22 says, and not me you called. Oh boy, this is where it gets a little, I know people say, but isn't God bipolar? But I know. But hear him out. He says, 43:22, because he was praising everybody. This time he was praising Israel even. He says, and not me, meaning, and not I, Yahweh, Elohim, and El, all because all one person. You called Jacob. Basically, they called Jacob that you were wearied, and basically they told Jacob like they told Moses. It says that they were weary, tired in me, in God, in Israel. All the whole bit. And it says 23 says, not you brought me flockling, like for an ascent offering, nor sacrifices of you, not you glorify me, not I caused to. He says, I didn't, even though it says you didn't glorify me, and I didn't even cause you to go into servitude in the present, and not I didn't even weary you in frankincense. So like in like long drawn out prayer, the prayers that are throughout the night into the wee hours of the morning. He says, not you bought for me in silver reed By the way, reed is very sacred. It's reed is also in Egyptian hieroglyph. It's in what was my last name? Reed is my last name Reed, and also it's in the Celtic religion. Reed is also one of the 13 um, sacred trees of the lunar religions. So reed is very special, and reed is also throughout the Bible a lot. So it says, "Not you. You didn't bring me. You didn't. You know what I mean. You didn't buy me in silver, reed, and fat of sacrifices, like the fat burnt offerings. Not you satiated me. You know, like pouring oils. You know, onto the on the altar, and you caused to serve me, and you here we go, and you caused to serve me in sins, and it says you wearied me in depravities of you. So through sins and depravity they paid him back. He says he says he one I the one wiping out transgressions of you on account of me, and sins of you not I shall remember. It says 26, remind you me. So it said I'm reminding you. We shall be judged together, recount you. It says basically, let's all be judged then. He says, you, so that you shall justify yourself. So basically, we're going to take a look at everything, and you remember and you justify why is it that way? Why am I perceiving you that way? So it says in 27 says, father of you the first he sinned, that's Adam. Um, and he says, I took a little bite. I'm the one who took the smaller bite. I'm just kidding. Okay, 43:27 says, father of you the first he sinned, that's Adam, and ones being intermediaries, those are the angels, um, of you, Lucifer, for example. They transgressed in me. Okay, they transgressed. It says, and I shall profane chiefs of holiness. So he says, I shall profane like the top of the holiness. Like he's claiming like from the, like he even has the holy men and women um, involved, like charged with this. He says, I shall profane chiefs of holiness, and I shall give to the doom Jacob and Israel to taunts. You know, that Jacob and Israel be taunted. That's in 28. So yeah, this chapter 43 is expressing displeasure. So there's times of great height where where God actually is celebrating and praising. He never gives up. He never gives up on him. He just questioning, how is it? Why is it? 1 second. Like questioning, okay, we're at the end. We made it. We made it all the way through. Why is it? How is it that they are this way? That they, in other words, are very much, just wanting to kind of do their own thing. They kind of want to. It's almost like they kind of want to come out from underneath the umbrella. But that's so fascinating that, especially in Isaiah 14, because everything played out exactly to the letter, prophetically. They say that the Bible is is a prophecy, and it's in the like a prophet to a prophet. I'm a psychic, so I use my claircognizant, but to a prophet, that for them things happen right down to the letter. All they had to do was just read it as text, as it's written. And so we're looking, and it's where they said, although the king of Babylon is definitely human and definitely an earth king, of another nation, and there's no doubt, admitted, yes, did all those did those things, but then there was a lot of information that was beforehand, where, as you would say, so when Israel was going around doing all of those acts, and so that the chapter 14 is the king of Babylon actually bringing all that up to them. In fact, a prophet rose up from out among them, which would be today's Arab, and became, or from out of Assyria, and um, even so, though, you know, speaking on, like, I guess, well, well, it mentions El, but then let go of, as prophets do. Prophets tend to let go wherever they're from, and they, like he embraced the name that Israel's God's name, uh, Yahweh, meaning Yahweh of hosts, and then began speaking and was saying, and of course, then it goes on, and scripturally it says, don't celebrate just because a king, it was overthrown, because, or they were stopped, or their power over you was, with club that he was beating you with has been broken, because, oh, there's far greater, there's far worse, and explains what they look like. Like, they label them to something to the effects of, like, a serpent on fire, flying, yellow, a yellow one. Oh, that's a very horrific uh, image. But anyway, that's all. That's it. That's the prophecy, and of course, you can match it to where it goes. I mean, just think about it. And I'm going to end there. It's nearly 6 o'clock. All right.